The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get tell me how we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People say the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it does now come rest. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get tell me how we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People say the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it does now come rest. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get tell me how we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People say the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it does now come rest. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to all our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend for those of us who will not be working. Before you, just a reminder, when you come in, like up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. And I'm just going to welcome those who are in the chat right now. And before I go into that, so the topic for tonight is election results, Warmington, Meadows, KSAMC, and NWA. So in the chat, we have Antonia, welcome. Bless up, Truck Life as usual, welcome. Happy Friday. Colin Cornelius, Uriel Dharma, Muriel King, Uriah Fuzzy, Chris Blackwell, Uriah, welcome. Carla, Isaac family, Diane, Sonia Foster, happy Saturday to you, Sonia. Yvonne Johnson saying good night to you both and to each and everyone in Jesus' name. Amen. Carlette Williams. Okay. Sonia saying that she had her early nap. So great. Cynthia B, happy Friday to everyone. Thank you so much for joining the membership. Cynthia, welcome again to the Mystic Sensation family. You've been here a while, but thank you so much for joining the membership. You're actually our first members or anyone else interested in joining our membership, and we can help to use that to fund the credits that we give out for Friday night Jeopardy. So thank you so much, Sonia. Really appreciate it. Then we have Universal, Keith Salmon saying good night, Carmen Brown, Don Mel, welcome. Ian Johnson, Karen Brown, Beverly Forbes, Carol Gale, Woman of Word, Salem Dancers, welcome. Samony Green, Reggae Medic, love the colors, Baron and First Lady.
Blessings.
Yes, you are early, Samony, welcome. Golda Watson, Joan Brown, Fitzroy Palmer, sorry, I skipped over Fitzroy Palmer. Giffy, welcome. It's a midday, yeah.
All right, Giffy.
All right, can't say a day, yeah. Sweet Pea, Candy Max saying howdy to the Mystics and all. Love the thumbnail. Laughing.
Yes.
Okay. And Channel of Hope with the M, so saying good night. You're welcome, Sonia. Really appreciate each and everyone's continued support. You're welcome, Danmel. So I'm not gonna delay. So I'm going to hand over to Byron because he has a lot to say tonight.
All right. Thank you for that, honey. Always doing a wonderful job. I want to say tonight I am so elated, so happy as it relates to, of course, the result of the local government election. We have seen Comrade Leader Mark Golden has done a fabulous, right, a fantastic job, right? The PNP went into the local government election having 5 municipalities, and the GLP, right, had 9 municipalities pre-local government election. Now, I have seen on some panel as it relates to, all angles, and some analysts trying to somewhat tone down Mark Golden energy, right? And I think that is unfair to Mark Golden, because Mark Golden had done an extremely excellent job. Why am I saying that? For the fact that the Jamaica Labour Party, the incumbent government, right, has a lot of money spending. We have seen obvious clips where they have been buying votes, right? And, the PNP didn't have, the capital injection in comparison to the incumbent government. They have it wagga, so they have it to spend to buy votes. And that is the type of corruption that we are talking about, right? And Mark Golden has to go up against that capital injection. And so then we have seen that Mark Golden overcome that, right? Dayton Campbell, right? Deal with the People's National Party machinery, right? And where Mark Golden anchor his platform on democratic socialism, right? And that permeated, right, as it relates to us as bloggers, right, who definitely wanting for good governance, checks and balance, honesty and integrity, right? We decided that, okay, we are going to fact check the government, right, in the benefit of our country, as we are talking about nation building. We have seen that yielded success, right, for the People's National Party, hence for democratic socialism. And we are feeling so overwhelmingly, right? Now, let me say this, the journey just began. And so then we will be doing more research. We have another 18 months, right, to keep focus. Another 18 months right, to go against a government that is apparently corrupt. We have seen one of the worst things that had done throughout the local government election was the attempt to defranchise Jamaican voters, right, from supporting and voting for good governance. We have seen the efforts, and we are going to establish some evidence as it relates to the attempt that was done, right, to sabotage voters, to defranchise voters. And I'm going to present the evidence tonight. So we'll be dealing with several subtopic, corruption via the local government election, right? Acts of corruption that needs to be explained, impeachment bill and all of that. And so then I want to say, you know, we are so happy, so proud as it relates to what Mark Golden had achieved. A fantastic job done.
Fantastic win.
And a fantastic
he did win. He took more divisions.
Yes.
He got more constituencies, and he also
Speak
got
upon it.
popular vote for PNP. So as far as I'm concerned, in my book, they are the winners.
Exactly.
They went in as the underdog, and they managed to get some territories. They managed to get municipalities. So
yes.
They came out on top, and they got the popular vote.
Okay, so
that's a win in my book.
Thank you for that, Tony. As it relates to the total result that we are going to explain, the total result as it stands is the PNP 7 municipalities and the Jamaica Labour Party 7 municipalities as a result of Kingston and St. Andrew, right, being added to the 5 parishes win that Mark Golden had won. Right, and so then we have seen, if you notice on the thumbnail, I put the electoral kitchen, and I put where Andrew Holness is only putting in into the pot, right, 7 cucumbers and only 4 carrots for the People's National Party. And I heard, if you look on the thumbnail, I saw Glasspool Brown telling him that it is the wrong ingredient. What's supposed to be there is 7 cucumbers and 7 carrots, right? And so then we know that, right, it is a statistical dead eat. What a success for Mark Golden. So there is any sort of doubt, right, as it relates to if Mark Golden can do it. Mark Golden show all of us that he is a state to reckon with, right? Strategical, right? And he deliver, right? An awesome victory. Now, let me show you the first breakdown as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party wanting, right, to deny the People's National Party from the local government win. And so then we all heard, as it relates to Cliff Hughes, right, calling the local government election based on his mathematical evaluation, based on all, right, of the pounds that were in a perfect calculation that done by Cliff Hughes. However, right, later or the following morning, right, Cliff Hughes came out and apologized, right? Obviously, we presume that he may have gotten a call and asked to correct, right, that information. But what we have seen, the very call that Cliff Hughes called, and we have seen now that the count has been completed, right, still resulted in what Cliff Hughes had reported, right? And so then we are just going to remind our listeners as it relates to what transpired. Now, here Cliff Hughes again, right, going back, right, to call it for the PNP again. People, I want you to pay attention at the end of the clip what Cliff Hughes said, right? When Cliff Hughes, co-worker, right, spoke something about the act of God, what Cliff Hughes predicted. Cliff Hughes told him plain, and I want people to listen. Cliff Hughes told him plain that he doesn't know what he's talking about, act of God. Simply means what Cliff Hughes is saying to him, that what he had done and what he had reported earlier, right, was indeed factual, that work out to be the very same thing. So without further ado, let me just play it and for us to listen to what transpired. All right, honey, could you find that clip?
Okay.
All right, man.
So that's where we are.
Yes, it would seem that the PNP is on track for a good election win.
They can claim with the figures that they have won the local government elections.
They've bettered their tally coming in.
They have come out much better than they went in.
And they've secured the popular vote as well.
They have secured the popular votes, and based on the tally we have seen, they've also increased their hold on electoral divisions. Remember, there are 228 electoral divisions. They went in with 98, and they're hovering somewhere well in excess of 100 now.
I mean,
while the JLP has lost electoral divisions.
People will twiddle about those figures, suggesting that the JLP still technically has a majority of the actual councils, but there are victories and then there are victories.
The raw politics of it is that the PNP is stronger politically tonight, than they went in Monday morning. When you have control of the KSAMC, it is the most powerful local authority in the country. It is the most coveted prize, and they have that tonight.
Yes.
Not by virtue of the electoral divisions. As we have it, it's a 50-50 split. But the PNP will gain control because they have won the popular vote in the corporate area, the capital and its suburbs. No doubt about that. Yeah? And the JLP, it has come out with fewer corporations. It went in with 8. It's coming out with 7.
And fewer and less in the popular vote as well.
Less in the popular vote and less electoral divisions.
It seems fate has conspired to make your previous announcements accurate.
Fate?
Fate has conspired.
I don't know about fate. The truth is, when you are in a seat where you have seen this for so long, and you see the trends, and there was a trend, the point being really that we didn't have all the data.
Yes.
At the time.
But you had your gut feeling.
Not a gut feeling, it was because...
Okay, so people, I want you to hear that. Right? Fate. Cliff Hughes doesn't know what he's talking about. Cliff Hughes had made that calculation precisely, right, on his math, right, which he was not wrong, but obviously was called, right, spoken to, right, and, a narrative start to push that JLP had won the local government election, but it didn't stop there. It didn't stop there, people, right? We have person who attempted to defranchise Jamaican people, and we are going to prove it with evidence tonight. Now, I want to, send out a special birthday greetings to, of course, one of our dearly lovely subscribers, Janet Jones, and we are going to display her birthday card. And persons in the chat, please, I want you to big up Janet Jones on her birthday for me. So we are going to display her birthday greetings, and then we get back on topic.
So guys, please show Janet some love.
Show Janet some love.
Please throw some birthday wishes to her. Thank you so much. And Jan, hope you had a wonderful day today on your Earth Strong Day.
All right.
All right, let me just
Let us. There it's open it up. All right. Mystic Sensation is sending happy birthday greetings to Janet Jones. Right, Jan. I like to refer to Janet as Jan. Right, and we are saying, right, on behalf of the channel, we are saying happy birthday, Jan. Big up yourself, and we love that you are a part of us. And for any persons who have their birthday greetings, who have their birthday and want Mystic to, you know, come into the celebration, of course, tell us about your birthday, and of course, we will highlight it as well. Jan, big up yourself.
okay.
All right. Now, let me say this. So, all Jamaicans locally and in the diaspora, as I have mentioned, as it relates to the effort in denying People's National Party the win, particularly where the KSAMC is concerned, Kingston and St. Andrew municipalities. As you hear, it is the Crown Price.
It's the Crystal Palace.
Right, it is the Crystal Palace. And let me say this in terms of what we are going to prove tonight and certain evidence. One of the reasons why it was heavily fought for was to the fact that the KSAMC, right, is the hub where a lot of corruption ran through. So then, that and over to the People's National Party, people are going to be in trouble. I presume that the People's National Party, right, Swaby, who is going to take over the mayorship, have already hinted that, right, audit is going to be done. And so that we will hear, as it relates to PNP settled off, right, and then audit start to process as it relates to certain building permits, and where friends and cronies, you understand, using permits to build building out of the building codes, and corruption pass through the corners and all of that. Now you have the National Work Agency as it relates to situations where you understand the procurement rules being breached, right? We have seen situation as it relates to the KSAMC, right, where Juliet Owners, right, had given permit to construct, right, certain amount of apartments. Those apartments, let me speak it out. Why the reason why the Jamaica Labour Party wanting all the municipalities want to have a hold on the KSAMC. And so then, we have seen where Juliet Owners, right, and I am calling her name because we have the evidence, right? We are not hiding. We are showing the thing, right? We have the evidence where she had breached the building code and was still allowed to do that. So all of those things, of course, is going to be audited. It is not Juliet Owners alone had done that, right? And so then the Jamaica Labour Party get a lion defeat in terms of the Kingston and St. Andrew municipality and over to the People's National Party. Let me tell you, my Jamaican people, members of parliament are not resting well. So when I finish tonight, people will understand. Members of parliament are not resting well. And so then, we are prepared, right, to take on the fight. Because one up, right, and we are going for the next one, which is the general election. And let me say, the general election is going to be more impactful because we have the punches as it relates to investigation that we are going to reveal. So I want you to stay with me tonight, hang with me tonight. You know that Mystic Sensation, right? When they do their thing, Mystic Sensation go in depth. Jacqueline Biggs, PNP got the popular votes. PNP win outright. Popular votes, right outright. Now, without any further ado, let us go down into the juggling. We are going to show, right, how important the KSAMC is. Without any further ado, do you want to play PNP gets me a ship off? Okay. All right, and so congratulations for the People's National Party to hold on to that municipality. KSAMC, right? Very big price indeed. The grand price.
We begin this evening with the latest results from the local government election. It appears the People's National Party, PNP, is set to take up the mayoral position in the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation.
The final count in the Kintyre division shows the PNP's Vivienne Brown Bond received 1,319 votes to the JLP's Kelvin Clark's 1,287. The final count continues in two divisions, Harborview and Dallas in East Rural St. Andrew.
Now, so far, the results remain the same, with both political parties having 20 seats each. However, the PNP won the popular vote in the capital, so they will assume the position of mayor.
Now, former mayor of Kingston, the JLP's Delroy Williams, congratulated his opponents this evening on Radio Jamaica's Beyond the Headlines.
Now, our reporter Ramarda Lyons was at the EOJ's head office on Duke Street in Kingston after the final count, and he filed this report.
It's a pandemonium in downtown Kingston. Scores of People's National Party supporters are here on Duke Street celebrating after hearing news that their party, the PNP, is now in control of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. I spoke with some of the supporters, and this is what they had to say. You're from Portland.
Yes, I'm from Portland.
Kingston for this moment.
Yes.
It's significant to this moment for you and your party.
Of course, it's very significant. It's very, very much significant. Because we need these people to go. It's full time for them to pack their bag and go.
Nobody expect that. Even the ruling party didn't expect that. What Golden do, he go back to the roots of Michael Manley and touch with the people them, walk with the people and listen to the people them. And the people them deserve to give him a chance, because this Jamaica, poor people ain't got no rights.
Well, it means a lot, because we're having difficult times. The environment is stink, and I know that the PNP and such a strong man, Comrade Swede, our mayor, he will do a very excellent work. So we'll have a better here to breathe, and we have our garbage collected. We have proper lighting. We got what we'll get our water. It's gonna mean a lot to us.
Counting took a long process. Recounting, were you nervous as a PNP supporter?
Being a human, sometimes I felt a little fear, but the word of God comfort me and to remind me, be not be afraid, you know, because the Egyptian I see today, tomorrow I see them no more.
All right. Put up the gentleman thing. Okay. John Scott said, Sir Byron and his lovely wife. Blessings. Thank you for that, John Scott. Byron, I must honestly, I was looking for a better result, but because of corrupt EOJ official plus the rampant vote buying. Okay, John, let me say this to you, John. Right? Looking for a better result. I think that Mark Golden had done extremely well. Excellent. Excellent. Remember that Mark Golden has gone up against the Jamaica Labour Party that has a whole lot of money. Remember that JLP take the campaign, particularly Andrew Holness, took the campaign going straight to in the morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, Andrew Holness out there campaigning. And Mark did not do any of that. Mark did not do any of that. You have seen for yourself, John, where persons were literally being paid for their votes. And I have seen the level of unfairness, the level of corruption in the Jamaica Labour Party, that now they want to have a narrative, right? Particularly where Juliet Cuthbert is concerned and other persons, right, are saying that, okay, PNP, basically they are suggesting that PNP buy votes as well. Come on, people. Everyone know that that's a lie, right? PNP didn't have the money to run a powerful campaign like what Jamaica Labour Party had done. What sense, right, to have money, right, to pay people? No, and this is what I want to ask Juliet Cuthbert. Instead of you, Juliet Cuthbert, right, speaking in relation to, I would say, BS, bring forth the evidence. There is not one evidence out there where you have seen People's National Party members, supporters, right, in, right, PNP logo, right, buying votes. You have not seen it anywhere, but this is what you people do, right? As a result of your embarrassment to the fact that you have purchased so many votes, you have bought so many votes, right? At one point, Darrell Vaz gesticulate and show Edneck cut sign because he's sure that the money that they spent, right, the people are going to vote PNP out. But guess what? I love my Jamaican people. Jamaican people, I love the way, oh, guess what? You take them money, you name them out, and vote them out. So let it be a warning to you, JLP, that if you're coming back for general election because you are going to get more whipping, let me tell you that. And so then, if you're coming to prepare to buy vote, right, guess what? The same thing is going to happen again. It's going to be a deja vu, right? Because we here on social media is going to build the momentum, right? And encouraging those people, let me say this, since you want to go down that road, right, to buy votes and corrupt the electoral system. And let me ask, I want to know, and this is how corrupt Andrew Holness is, because they are going to tell me that the DPP, the private sector of Jamaica, let me talk now, the DPP and the private sector of Jamaica have not seen clearly where JLP, right, involved in vote buying, and the DPP silent, not a word said. PSOJ, silent, not a word said. Flip the coin around. And if it was PNP doing that, PNP would have splattered all across every media, both mainstream media, social media, electronic media, print media. And this is how unfair and corrupted this is. Now I see some analysts and all angles, right? And they are also speaking about voters' apathy, right? So let me just explain voters' apathy. Voters' apathy simply means that persons lack the interest to participate in the electoral process, and so they stay away, right? Let me ask the reason. Why the reason we have voters' apathy? Now we have 2 million persons drafted on the voters list. And of the 2 million people, only 29% of the 2 million interested, right, to vote. Just look at that, people. Just look at that. What caused the voters' apathy? I have seen some hypocrites. Trying to explain that voters' apathy. Okay, all right, the municipalities are not giving sufficient service and so forth and so forth. Because you know why they are saying it? Because Andrew Holness is the incumbent government. And they don't want to speak the truth of what causing voters' apathy. People are tired. So let me speak out. And so when mainstream media now listening to me, people are tired of the corruption. the corruption turn up in the Jamaica Labour Party. And so people, yeah, as a result of the corruption, right, for those who talking about municipality lacking service, yes, that is a part of it. But what causes the municipality to lack these services? What causes the municipality to lack these services is as a result of our treasury, $1.6 trillion have been taken out via corruption, missing. And so then the amount of money, 1.6 trillion, could have contributed in terms of fixing the parochial roads, right? So then this government shouldn't just not aim on macro development. You understand? You have to understand micro development as well. That the parochial roads, right, need to fix. Social programs need to put in place, right? And so then people not getting the service, particularly where this government is concerned. Where this government is concerned, and I don't want people to say that, okay, Byron, you sound biased because PNP and PNP corrupt too. Am I here saying that PNP is not corrupt? That is not what I'm saying, right? We have instances of corruption in the PNP. I'm not hiding that, right? But where the corruption, you understand, sent to another level, right? It turned up in the Jamaica Labour Party. And I have to now stay on record as it relates to making the comparison that from 1954, you have Jamaica Labour Party members of parliament have been processed through the judiciary system and has gone to prison for what? Why did they go to prison? Right? Putting their hands in the treasury. Putting their hands in the treasury because they have a mindset, right, that the money in the treasury belongs to them. Like how Warmington believed that the money belongs to him. Me soon touch him, you know. You understand? So let me just leave him for later because me soon touch him. So this is the mindset. And it is not only, you understand, that Warmington has that mindset. Andrew owners of that mindset. Juliet owners of that mindset. Because if they didn't have that mindset, right, as it relates to allegation, as it relates to what they have done in terms of the influencing of contracts, you understand, and overcharging, you understand, taking from our treasury, they have that mindset, right? So when people talking about voters' apathy, and you people talking about your university this and your university that, you need to speak the truth about voters' apathy. So if you are not speaking about corruption as it relates to this particular government, and where the corruption index flagged them, you understand, they stagnated on the index at 44. You understand me, I said? Which simply means that the country is in a bad state. And so then why are you talking around voters' apathy and not including corruption? And then you are curling around the facts. You understand? I'm talking about municipal representation. What causes the lack of municipal representation? The heart of the problem that caused voters' apathy. You understand? For those university professors. Let me say this to you, and you go and do your research. It is a corruption plus corruption plus corruption. And this is the reason why JLP had lost the local government election as a result of corruption, corruption, corruption. Nothing else that caused voters' apathy. Lack, right, of transparency. Right? Where the government passed section 53, right? Subsection 3, as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, the Muslim Integrity Commission. So if you have a prime minister who dealing with checks and balance and transparency, why did he do that? Why did he do that? Right? And then the PSOJ, right, want to find other reasons as to what caused voters' apathy. So when we come out tonight Now, I'm going to tell you what caused voters' apathy. Voters' apathy is as a result of the Jamaica Labour Party and their level of corruption. They are not hiding it. They are emboldened. They are emboldened. And why they are emboldened? Because watch that. The DPP, looking left, we don't have Teflon gun created by the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to Patrick Bailey. All now, the DPP, right, is not looking into that direction. Which DPP does that? A murder committed into a man house, right? No breaking entry. And yet this man has not been charged. So what you believe causing voters apathy? When the nation see that, and see that Jamaica Labour Party create the Teflon dance, right? Those are what turn off voters. No matter how much money JLP want to spend on these voters, right? They are going to be voted out. It's only diehard people have voted for you know. You understand? Intelligent people, right? Them stay away. But over time, we are going to convince those people with the evidence that we have, right? To show all of what PNP had done. And we're not talk about 18 years. You understand? I have shown what PNP have done over 18 years. PJ Patterson, the many achievements and accomplishments that PJ Patterson had. So understand that talking about 18 years, what did PNP have done? You understand? Mystic Sensation is now showing what the PNP had done over the 18 years. All right. So then, the result of the promises and promises not being delivered, that also caused voters apathy. Because when you come out and you speak 2015 on your campaign, and you promise all that you have promised, and people have the trust, the faith in you, and decided, you know, he influenced me, right? And as a result of the gullibility of some of the people, right, they voted for you. They had given you the chance. So, Andrew Holness, let me remind you and persons from the University of West Indies who want to try to spin voters' apathy. Let me show you one of the factors that causing voters' apathy is your empty promises that never delivered. So without any delay, let me show and remind you, Mr. Holness, that you are the one, right, significantly causing voters' apathy. Andy Bryan, JLP is the biggest disgrace to our country and democracy. And Andy, no joke, big up to you. You're 100% right. They are the biggest disgrace. And we are not taking back that talk because it is true. It is a fact. So then, let me remind you, Andrew, let me remind you, all of the promises, right? And you have to ensure that this is the reason, one of the reasons, many reasons, why you have lost local government election, right? Why you have lost the KSAMC, right? And now we are going to dig in it and expose the corruption that is there. So, yes. So let us do that. Empty promises.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness made a promise to complete 5 key things in his first 100 days in office.
Within our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica.
Promises on top of promises. Can you guess how many were kept? Well, that didn't go too well. Let's see what he's promised in the last 100 days.
October 4, 2023. In 2020, Andrew Holness had promised to build 100,000 houses by October 4, 2023. This promise was scaled down to 70,000 units, but up to the end of 2022, a total of only 15,477 housing units had been built under his administration since 2016.
On October 6, 2023, 365 NSHP houses were promised, but only 160 homes were completed. On October 18, 2023, Holness promised he would lower the inflation rate, which was at 5.1%. But by November 2023, it was 6.3%, which was not only higher than October, but outside the BOJ's target range of 4.0 to 6.0%. On October 29, 2023, he promised significant investments to facilitate the transformation of the JCF. To date, many rank-and-file police personnel still await overtime payments. On October 30, 2023, Holness advocated for peace in the Middle East and the protection of human rights for all. Yet, Jamaica missed the UN General Assembly vote on humanitarian truce in Gaza on October 27, 2023. On November 2, 2023, Holness promised to make sure that all Jamaicans have access to water, then committed 50,000 water tanks, but said only 3,000 would be distributed.
On November 8, 2023, Andrew Holness promised to respond to the Integrity Commission about his 2022 and 2023 statutory declarations not being certified. As of February 2024, he has not updated the country, nor have they been certified.
On November 19, 2023, Holness promised $330 million for a special housing-related response for home repair. The next day, on November 20, 2023, Holness also promised to commit to address the issues and offer support to the residents affected by flood rains. As of February 2024, many residents are still waiting on said funds. On November 22, 2023, Holness repeated a promise he made in 2021, which was to provide 12,000 titles. On November 24, 2023, Holness promised $1.4 billion to clean up Jamaica. On November 25, 2023, Holness said that the government has shown they can keep the dollar stable. When he took office, the dollar was 121.22 to 1, and today the dollar is 156.80 to 1. On November 26, 2023, Holness promised to end energy poverty, lower light bills, and reliance on makeshift lighting solutions. On November 28, 2023, Holness repeated his promise to shift 50% of Jamaica's electricity to renewable energy, knowing that as he made the promise, the government had not sent off even one request for proposal in regards to this under the 8 years of his leadership. On January 8, 2024, Holness promised at minimum 500 new houses under the NSHP. On January 10, 2024, Holness promised to reimagine and reshape the way we utilize our markets island-wide. On January 17, 2024, Holness promised a Type 5 health center for Portmore, which is currently without a hospital. On January 24, 2024, Holness promised the 40 billion Spark program, which is supposed to revitalize secondary, parochial, and community roads across the island. On February 11, 2024, Holness promised to turn Clarkstown in Trelawney into a city. On February 12, 2024, Holness promised 1.52.0, indicating that he will increase the tax threshold. From 2016 until now, one thing remains constant: empty promises.
Let's hear from Holness himself as to why he made these promises.
So no government will be able to come and make false promises and hide the truth and tell you half-truths and trick you into voting for them, and then when them win, them throw on poison for you.
Time come for a change.
So then, okay. So then let me ask.
Showing up.
The so-called well-learned friend that went on the various panel talking about voters' apathy. Let me ask you all, since you are so brilliant, that those bag of promises that undelivered, don't you think that that contribute to voters' apathy? People are fed up of politicians promising this, promising that, and not being delivered. Right? On Seagulls, by the way, what was Juliet Nonsense doing in the EOJ? That question must be asked. Excuse me. And that is so right. Right? And you know, right, the potential of her going there, what was the intent for her to go there? These are the corruptions that we are talking about. These are the sort of corruption that we are talking about. So then, Andrew, let me say this to you. All of that, and well-learned friend who is trying to polish, right, as it relates to what caused voters' apathy, people are turned off. Right? Totally dissatisfied and fed up, totally turned off. And so then, I don't blame you, Andrew, if you take yourself to the church, because your conscience is riding you. So I want to show the people how your conscience was riding you and where you go to the church to confess. So people, look at this confession as it relates to Andrew, confessing, knowing that all of what he had promised, he did not deliver. And so then he is going to take it to the Lord in prayer. So watch people, Andrew taking it to the Lord in prayer.
Andrew Holness, a repent.
Eternal Father, I come acknowledging that we have sinned against the people of Jamaica. We have sinned against our fellow man. We have sinned against our family members and relatives. We have sinned against our neighbors, strangers and visitors. We have sinned against the children, the youth and the unborn. We have sinned against the poor and the weak and the elderly and the sick. We have sinned against the free and the imprisoned. We have sinned against those in the care of the state, including the children, the mentally ill, the elderly, the prisoners, and others. We repent, O God, of all our sins committed against these and all persons, local and international, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I come on behalf of all the political leaders, government and opposition. I come on behalf of the Parliament of Jamaica, all the cabinet members, all the senators, the legislature, all members of the judiciary and the penal system, and members of the security forces, O Lord. I come on behalf of all institutions, individuals and groups throughout Jamaica represented in the civil governance system, along with their administrations, managers, staff, membership and followers. I come acknowledging that we have sinned against you. We have sinned against our people, and we repent and we ask for forgiveness, mercy, and cleansing in Jesus' name. Hear our prayer and forgive us of all sins in Jesus' name. Lord, I come to you on behalf of every Jamaican here in Halfway Tree Square, every Jamaican throughout the land, and every Jamaican in the diaspora.
No, Jamaican people, let me say this. Because we know that leopard can't change him spot. You know? Leopard don't change him spot. But I want to tell you something, say. Jehovah God is a great God. Because if God was like man, right? Trust me, he would have been punished. But you know, in due time, just a matter of time. Right? Now, is Uriel? Oh, okay. All right, go ahead, brother Uriel.
You know, good night to your family.
Good night, my brother.
But you know, so that prayer that right, somebody write the key, but don't feel prayer that you know.
Because he's still corrupted.
If God did something we had that way, but I want it. God did something we but I want it. What? You know, see what I tell the kids.
Uriel, are you still there?
Fall off.
Okay, Uriel fall off. So let us proceed until Uriel get back. Okay. So now, my Jamaican people, tonight I want to flag one of us. Yes. That this person really deserves flagging. Because when we say democratic socialism, right? Democratic socialism, as it relates to respect the individual, as it relates to study and show yourself approved, and as it relates to good deeds and good morals. And so then, you have one from among us who had measured himself in a despicable manner. But I am happy to know that Mark Golding set the standard as how he's going to proceed as it relates to good governance. So I am speaking to Dennis Meadows, right? Who somehow on the campaign trail had gotten carried away and speak in a despicable manner. What Dennis Meadows had said, I am just going to play the clip and then I addressed it because it's really a despicable thing. So without delay, only play that, highlight that clip, please.
Okay.
And we go now to reactions to the sacking of Dennis Meadows as the PNP standard bearer for Northern Trelawney after he endorsed scamming at a party meeting. Anthony Logg has the details.
Mr. Meadows was sacked by the People's National Party less than 24 hours after this video went viral.
Especially one who call themselves Chopper. Let me tell you straight up. And he can speak openly. I have no problem with a man if he want chop. Because them chop us during slavery. So nothing wrong if we chop them down.
In a release Thursday, PNP President Mark Golding said the continuation of Mr. Meadows as the party's standard bearer for Northern Trelawney was untenable in light of his egregious remarks, given that scamming is one of Jamaica's most serious national security challenges. Mr. Golding said his decision should serve as a warning to all who serve in the PNP under his leadership. He says the party is demanding higher standards of accountability, adding that Jamaica will no longer tolerate weak, unprincipled leaders who say one thing but do another. Civil society groups have been reacting to the developments. Human rights group Jamaicans for Justice, while welcoming the news, had questions. Michael Jackson is executive director.
Notwithstanding that the People's National Party has acted, one must raise the question whether or not the PNP was in fact aware of the video prior to it becoming public yesterday. And if that were the case, then reasonable questions must be asked. What is expected of political leaders and the political parties, that if an action, something that is questionable and troubling, does not meet with public outcry, would they have acted on their own?
For anti-corruption watchdog National Integrity Action, politicians, like other members who hold public office, must be held to account for their actions.
The bar must be set as high as possible. We must have persons of unquestionable integrity seeking to represent us in Parliament. It cannot be the same approach every day where we say something and then apologize because of the impact it has had. Tom drunk, but Tom no fool. And so there must be consequences. And if it is that he has been removed, then well done.
Mr. Meadows resigned from the JLP in March 2022. He joined the PNP in October of that year. Anthony Lugg, TVJ News.
Okay. You know what? I am going to set the record straight, as you know, it relates to what Dennis Meadows stated there, right? As it relates to his narrative and his perception, right? Because what is important, more than what he has spoken, is his mindset. Now, so let me correct Dennis Meadows. Yes, we had known that during colonial times, right? We have known what happened. The pilfering, right, by Europeans during colonial time as it relates to, right, the Caribbean, right, and so forth, and Africa. Yeah, we know that. But when you mix that to say it's okay because they're acting out, right, as it relates to equal the damage being done in colonial time, right? And so then that is the reason for them to be chopping. That is not the reason for them to be chopping. Dennis Meadows, you're wrong. Because if that was the reason for them to be chopping, they wouldn't be chopping black people. A lot of black people got chopped. A lot of black people, right, getting scammed. So then how you justify that? How you balance that? Right? That cannot be the reason for them scamming people. Scammers scam everyone, whether you're black, white, pink, purple, Chinese, Indian. Scammers are scammers. They are criminals and they are drugs of society that need to be treated accordingly. And you cannot endorse a criminal behavior, you being a potential member of Parliament. Unacceptable. Unacceptable totally. And what is more disgusting is the level of mindset that you have. And if that is your mindset, it is a fundamental wrong. And so then you have no one to blame as it relates to your political career right now. You have to blame yourself. Because a mindset like that, the truth be told, Dennis Meadows, right, that has nowhere to have a safe haven in our political system. You are wrong and you are dead wrong. And that is my input on it. And I congratulations to Mark Golding to stand up firm and let them know, including members of the JLP, that when they go low, we will go high. Democratic socialism will go high. Mark Golding, you have set a principle. And so then others will see and learn from the result that took place, the consequence that he suffered to say something so foolish, something so stupid And most of all, something so despicable. All right. Now let us move to the next clip and highlight, right, the next bug in the room. So we are going to speak on the next bug in the room, right? Because when it comes to mystic sensation, right, we deal with good governance, the foundation of socialism, that Showaism. Okay, sorry. The foundation of Showaism is eat a food at all costs, regardless of who are going to suffer. Exactly. We can't have that. We can't have that. All right. So let us go to the next clip. Right. And you want to print me sometime? Okay, so stand by for this other clip.
This is one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Peter.
Hello, I'm Jovan Johnson. The PNP is demanding that Prime Minister Andrew Holness fire Minister with the responsibility for works, Everald Warmington, for saying he will not channel money to the PNP's Dr. Wall, who won a division in his St. Catherine Southwestern constituency on Monday. Mr. Warmington says he will give taxpayers' money to the JLP's losing candidate.
I'm a Minister of Work. I'm a member of Parliament. No PNP council going to spend their money.
And G2K, the young professional affiliate of the ruling Jamaica Labour Party, is calling for the removal of Dennis Meadows as a PNP caretaker over his comments supporting lottery scamming.
And I speak to the youth man them for the corner, especially one who call themselves Chopper. Let me tell you straight up, and he can speak openly. I have no problem with a man if he want chop. Because them chop us during slavery, so nothing wrong if we chop them up.
Mr. Meadows has apologized and withdrawn the comments which the PNP has condemned. Meanwhile, the opposition PNP has taken control of the prized Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal.
Yes. So I just want to give a little glimpse as it relates to what Warmington stated. And I want to go further than that. That Warmington believe that the treasury belongs to him. Yes, that's what Warmington believe. But Warmington mindset as it relates to politicians, let me widen that. Many of them sort of have that mindset. Andrew Holness has that mindset. Juliet Holness has that mindset. Many of them have that mindset, particularly Darrell Vaz have that mindset. And so then they believe that taxpayers' money, and that's why Jamaican people really need to be educated as it relates to the political process. So let me say this loud and clear. That even if you have a politician who fix your road in your community, who supply your water in your community, let me say this. You have no obligation to vote for him. Your rights to vote. You have the fundamental rights to vote for who you want to vote for, whether personally or otherwise. And so then if a politician believes that, okay, since me fix your road in your area, I tell every politician this, either on the GLP side or the PNP side. Whether you want fixed road and supply water. If the person don't feel that you satisfy them, right, in their regards, they have the fundamental right not to vote for you. Okay, let me just take this call. Yes, go ahead, please.
Mister,
Yes, go ahead.
you know me the word though, but me just make can get to listen to the program, but me just have to make a call about this election thing. You know, long time, me was send Andrew Holness a message on him Instagram that don't steal the election. I send my message not too long ago to tell him say him that criminal and he step down, leave the Jamaican people alone.
All right, hold on, because me have to correct you when you come out and said the prime minister is a criminal. Let me give you the reason why. The prime minister has not passed through any form of judiciary process, right? And where any evidence in terms of the prime minister, you understand, found guilty. So you have to be careful with that. And this program have to correct that. All right.
Well, this is not you. This is my saying.
Yes, but I can't allow it. I can't. Let me say this to you. I can't allow that, right? For you to be outrightly calling the prime minister a criminal without the evidence. All right. So please proceed with caution. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand that.
Okay.
But this man, too much corruption, too much bangarang, and the whole world know that. Why would they call a little small man a man who got big too happy and some a criminal? Why can't we call another man? Not because he's in big position or whatsoever. For a man a criminal is a criminal.
Yeah, we can call him a criminal when the judiciary system found him guilty.
But there's a lot of people they call criminal that the judiciary system don't find them guilty.
Yeah, that is true. You are correct.
What is the difference?
Well, the difference sometimes is a matter of ignorance of the law, right? As it relates to people who calling people criminal and don't have the understanding that in terms of calling someone criminal, that is a defamation of character in the sense that you don't have the evidence to present.
Yeah, but what about a person that coming itself and it doesn't go through the jurisdiction? Isn't there a criminal? I'm just asking. It doesn't. If the person do something that is criminalizing and it doesn't go through the court or whatsoever, they forgive him or something, is he a criminal or is he not a criminal?
Oh, well, I understand where you're going, and you are correct. Let me say this to you: if someone done a criminal act, right, like done something that contrary to the law, and you witness that, and once you witness that, you have the right, you understand, to speak on it because that is ICU. So providing that you see that, right? But what I'm saying, if someone come and tell you, say, well, John Tam a criminal, and you go ahead and believe that person calling John Tam a criminal, that is something different.
No, well, me not talk about what people say. Me talk when me a witness and when me a prove.
Okay,
remember when this man was going to run for the prime minister, I think it's Ed Bartlett he ran against. I don't remember. But it was there's another JP person that run against it. And that man personal come out and say, Andrew Holness, bring in people to win. Do you know of that incident?
Well, you see, that's why I don't speak on it, because I have no evidence pertaining to that.
But the personal talk. They had a member that run against Andrew Holness talk. He's the person that talk. He's the one that come out and said it. It's not here so like it come from somebody else's mouth. It's coming from the artist's mouth.
Yeah, but
so
for you and I processing that, you and I have to utilize that as allegation, right?
Simple. But everything that's all right. What do you think about this election right now? Why this election? Every election when Mr. run in a Jamaica, I'm born 63, and every election when Mr. run in a Jamaica, the same day it run, by the another day, everybody know what's going on. PNP, labor right, whether they go celebrate together or whatever. Why everything that Andrew Holness do, things happen that people have to feel insecure about it or feel some way about it. Why? From this man come in a power. Tell me what gonna see go right with this man. Me don't know, me just ask.
No, well, listen to me. I'm not saying that, what you're saying is not true, I am just talking about evidence as it relates to that. And based on your perception, well, that is your perception. That is your opinion, right?
Well, this is the way how I feel about this man. I mean, I'll be honest here. Me personal, well, me not going to use the word on your program because you have to protect yourself.
Exactly.
But this is the way I feel about this man. And when me text him and tell him that personal by Instagram.
Okay.
So him can send to me or he can come look to me. But I want him, you see, when me talk, me care zero. Because the whole of we at Jamaica feel this right now. Andrew Holness, it's not too much corruption. Even want the opposition to inner because the opposition are going to know everything we are going. Look here, Andrew Holness do everything. Well, me hear one program where one lady say, you don't see all Andrew Holness son come in for why now. And you know what safe a joke what go on. Andrew Holness are going like Jamaica feel from Andrew Holness coming up power, come prime minister. In control Jamaica and own Jamaica, in buy out Jamaica feel. And you see, if we not get rid of this man, we're not going to walk to Jamaica. Here?
All right, my brother.
Right now, my boy, and the one is too wicked and terrible.
All right, my brother. Just big up yourself. You understand? Thank you for your calling in. Right. Really appreciate that. But stand by because we have some as just in terms of what you're saying, I have some things to point out as it relates to what I believe is suspicious of the election. So just stand by, you understand, because I will be going through that information as well in terms of my observation and what I believe that those are suspicions of, you understand, some illegality. Let me just say that. All right, so just stand by.
No, I go listen up as I tell you before. I wrote me this thing, I
all right.
10 minutes break.
All right, my brother.
So I'll be able to see your thing still now, but I go listen to that tomorrow or something like that.
Okay, big up yourself, my brother, and have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for calling in, though.
Bless up.
All right, cool. Well, I mean, and you see, that gentleman who had just called me, right? Many people have that sort of similar experience as it relates to, some things what they have seen and so forth. So I understand where he's coming from, right? But I just want him to be careful in terms of, speaking certain things as it relates to not having the evidence. So, we have to be careful in terms of how we terms things, certain terminology. Right?
Okay, bless up Aromatic. Happy Friday. Thank you so
Aromatic,
much.
bless up yourself. People, again, remember to go over Aromatic, you understand, and support Arrow. Right? Arrow the General, bless up yourself, my boss. All right, so we are going to move on, right, to the next, right, clip, and then we show. So let me just explain something. As it relates to Warmington, you understand, and other members of parliament who believe that, okay, right, taxpayers' money that they are spending in the constituency, right, it's their money. It's their money. Number one, right, no member of parliament is supposed to take money out of their personal pocket, you understand, and spending it on government project, right? And so then, even though that a member of parliament may, make a community, service a community with water, if the community didn't have water, or put in road infrastructure, guess what? It is your responsibility. It is what you're supposed to do. So then it is within your job description. That is the reason why you're being voted for. So then when you do your job, right, you don't go around and expect that people must pat you on the shoulder and say what and where, blah, 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 and then you expect that people to vote for you. Right? What you need to do is to do your job. Right? You promise the people, right, as it relates to what you can do and make the community better, or make the constituency better, or make the country better, right? And so then, that is what you are supposed to do. Prince Masu, yes, I agree with this scholar. Andrew has no credibility. You know, I mean, we have seen instances of, as it relates to him, you understand, as it relates to credibility. I will do agree, you understand, as it relates to the credibility issue. And here why I agree as it relates to the credibility issue. One, he did not sign the code of conduct. Two, he takes step to Muslim Integrity Commission as it relates to the Muslim clause, section 53, subsection 3. So I have my basis, you understand, to say that, of course, he has credibility issues, serious credibility issues. But what I am saying, apart from having those credibility issues, he has not put through a court system, which we would like, right? We would like him to put through a court system, a judiciary system, and found guilty. And so then if he plays through a judiciary system and found guilty, no, he's a criminal for all of us. So try and understand where I'm coming from. You understand? I am not saying that he doesn't have any credibility issue, because me, Mystic Sensation, you understand, is agreeing that, of course, Andrew Holness has serious credibility issue. But for me to go a step and say that he's a criminal, no, I don't willing to do that, because there's no evidence as it relates to Andrew Holness placed through a judiciary system, and the judiciary system found him guilty. So I just want to be clear on that. All right. Some JLP, let us move the script forward.
Pending results for Monday's election, political analysts believe the results so far may spell trouble for some members of parliament ahead of the general election. The governing JLP has 49 members in the lower house, but based on the outcome of some divisions, the JLP may be in danger of losing critical seats at the polls. Campaigning for the local government election looked more like preparations for a national poll, with party leaders and MPs touring almost every constituency. The general election is due in the next 18 months, and analysts on TVJ's Vote 24 results show Monday night pointed to the possible implications.
Well, I'd say the most significant indicator would be how many divisions you have won in each constituency. Those are the numbers that you're going to need to look at.
And after the preliminary count, those numbers were troubling for the JLP. With the PNP now controlling the Hanover Municipal Corporation with 6 of the 7 divisions, JLP MPs Dave Brown in Hanover Eastern and Tamika Davis in Hanover Western may not be comfortable going into the next election. The JLP only won the Chester Castle division in the parish. Political analyst and executive director of the Jamaica Association for Debating and Empowerment, Jermaine Barrett, pointed to similar concerns for the party in central and western Westmoreland, as well as northeast Manchester, a stronghold for the JLP's Audley Shaw. The PNP won both the Christiana and Walderston divisions, leaving the JLP with Craighead alone.
So the concern with Audley Shaw's constituency is the fact that Audley Shaw regrettably is ill, and he has signaled that he's easing out of politics. The party was slow, maybe not at all attentive to the issues that are relevant in terms of keeping the persuasive message going specific to that constituency. And so, unfortunately, the PNP was able to creep in and to steal the limelight there.
Rhoda Moy Crawford won the Central Manchester constituency in 2020. However, despite heavy campaigning with the party leader, did not win any of the divisions on Monday.
She's a newbie. She has been working hard, but she's in a constituency where the tendency of the people over multiple elections have been to vote in favor of the People's National Party. She might have nipped it the last time around, but evidently a lot of the work that needed to have been gone on may not have been executed to the extent that people would have been pleased with her performance, and specifically with the performance of the councillors within her division. And so, unfortunately, despite the investment of the Jamaica Labour Party, despite them going there, the Prime Minister going there and doing a lot of the work, she lost all 4 divisions.
Of the 4 divisions in South Manchester, the JLP won 2. Another JLP stalwart, Robert Montague in St. Mary Western, won only 2 of the 5 divisions there.
In terms of Bobby Montague, I think there was a degree of complacency and just non-attentiveness to the communication and the work that needs to be proven as existing within that space. He is the party chairman, and so he has responsibilities elsewhere, and I think that might have played a hand in the results.
Mr. Barrett surmises that complacency as a government MP played a major role in the results for these MPs, but says there is still enough time for amends. He notes, however, that the PNP will have the same time to gain more grounds.
All right. Here I have my namesake, Byron. Can you trample on the Constitution rights, right, of Jamaican people, suppress them? And yes, right, that is true, Byron, right? So we have seen that situation as it relates to them doing constitution reform. And we want to touch on that next week, particularly where the Maroons are concerned. So I think we're going to go in depth with that next week. Now, we are going to go, the caller who called me earlier, and, you know, you can see that the man is fed up as it relates to certain act of corruption, right? And so then we are going to get into the local government, right? And identify to Jamaican people, right, the attempt to defranchise Jamaican people, right, from voting, right, for their party of choice. And that's a fundamental wrong, right, where that is concerned. We have seen in the first time where the Prime Minister, right, seems to be preempting the Electoral Office of Jamaica, right, prior in completing account that the Prime Minister went public. And what I'm speaking now, I'm speaking on evidence. I'm going to play because we have the evidence. Where the Prime Minister went on here, right? And prior to the count complete, the Prime Minister was willing to say that the GLP had won the local government election. And if you notice on the thumbnail what I have, that he was willing to say that GLP had won 7 parishes, municipalities, and the PNP won 4. That within itself is corruption. That within itself is corruption. But apart from that, there is something that I want person to identify, the plain attempt to defranchise Jamaica. And I'm going to point it out and show people. And I am going to go on the Electoral Office of Jamaica website, and I am going to show the policy and the breakdown as it relates to Kingston and St. Andrew, right, municipal. And where, right, I am going to ask the Election Commission, right, if he made such a serious error or it was a blatant attempt to deny the People's National Party. And I am going to show people, right, what the Electoral Commission had stated, right? Now, without any delay, let me just put up that clip. Okay.
For example, now, a question a lot of persons have been asking, over in Kingston and in St. Andrew, where the votes seem to be tied, not seem to be, but they are tied, what happens there?
No, in Kingston and St. Andrew, so it's 41. You notice that way there is 40, so there's one seat that is still outstanding. The percentage need to be looked at, so we got to adjust that. So there's one.
Okay, people. Let me stop that clip. You have heard what the election commissioner said that Kingston and St. Andrew, right? There are 41 divisions. I am going to play it again for you to listen. Where the election commission said Kingston and St. Andrew are 41 divisions. I want the entire Jamaica to listen and hear it for themselves. Please listen and hear this.
For example, now, a question a lot of persons have been asking, over in Kingston and in St. Andrew, where the votes seem to be tied, not seem to be, but they are tied, what happens there?
No, in Kingston and St. Andrew, it's only 41. You notice that what you have there is 40, so there's one seat that is still outstanding. The percentage need to be looked at, so we got to adjust that. So there's one, so it's 41 division. So far on the board, it says reflecting 40.
There's jubilation at the PNP headquarters. Help us to understand what's happening, because on the ground, George and Cliff, if I may just enter the conversation here, there is a bit of dispute as if to suggest that there is probably early glorification at the PNP camp. Is that the correct information?
I don't want to comment on the celebration in the political party camp, so I won't comment on that aspect of it.
Okay, George and Cliff, there you have it from the Director of Elections, Mr. Glasspool Brown.
There's nothing definitive on radio. The radio has been saying 2020 for the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, so you know people would be tied to that. But what we are correcting that is wrong. That information is not right. It's not 2020, it's 2119.
Have you heard from the Prime Minister?
So people, let us take time go through something, and I'm going to show you. Delroy Williams came out and said that the JLP had won 21-19. I want you to do the maths with me. And so then that was a final count. And so then when you add 21 and 19, you get 40. And so then, let me say this to people, that the Kingston and St. Andrew only consist of 40 divisions, not 41. That the Electoral Commission wanted might be, let me say that, let me use the word might be, to add an extra box. And if an extra box added, that means that box would be stuffed with JLP votes. Now I'm going to break it down and show the evidence. I am going to go on the website and, as a matter of fact, Wikipedia, and show the world that it is 40 divisions and not 41. Without any delay on it, put up that. I'm going to show you something.
Let me just share the document.
So put it to 200 so that they can see it.
Share it.
Right? Okay. Yeah. So people hear it? Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation. Let me read it for you and let you all see this, because I'm going to get to the commission, Mr. Glasspool Brown, because he has to explain this. And I want PSOJ, I want to find out if PSOJ is not going to call him out on this. I realize that mainstream media, right, is acting like they didn't hear this. Now, the Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation, KSAC, is a unit of local government in Jamaica. It was formed in 1923 when the parishes of St. Andrew and Kingston were administratively merged. It is divided into 15 political constituencies, which are further subdivided into 40 electoral divisions. Take that away. Take that away. You take that away. So then, Mr. Glasspool Brown, how you get 41? How did you get 41? Morris Williams, Mystic Sensation, the JLP dilemma, PNP as a natural majority and governments cannot be bought. And on a scale of 1 to 10, the PSOJ ranks 0 in credibility. So true, Mr. Williams. I want to know, and I'm asking, Cynthia B, Byron, no make me cuss bad word tonight. He would really do that? Cynthia B, that's why I'm showing evidence. I'm showing evidence on mainstream media acting as if, right?
Them not hear them deaf.
They have not heard it. So me to point it out tonight that coming the general election, right? I am saying that this man needs to resign. This man needs to resign. You're not going to tell me, right, Mr. Glasspool Brown, that you being the commissioner, right, is making that blatant error as it relates to 41 division.
And he repeated it more than one time.
Right? And you have said that senior on the board is 40. And you are anticipating the other one. Right? So then let me play it again since Sanya is asking and make people hear you again. Right? Because guess what? That is not going to miss me. I want the Jamaican people to hear you again. So play it again, honey.
For example, now, a question a lot of persons have been asking. Over in Kingston and in St. Andrew, where the votes seem to be tied, not seem to be, but they are tied. What happens there?
No, in Kingston and St. Andrew, it's only 41. You notice that what you have there is 40, so there's one seat that is still outstanding. The percentage need to be looked at. So we got to adjust that. So there's one, so it's 41 division. So far on the board, it says reflecting 40.
There's jubilation at the PNP headquarters. Help us to understand what's happening, because on the ground, George and Cliff, if I may just enter the conversation here, there is a bit of dispute as if to suggest that there is probably early glorification at the PNP camp. Is that the correct information?
I don't want to comment on the celebration in the political party camp, so I won't comment on that aspect of it.
Okay, George and Cliff, there you have it from the Director of Elections, Mr. Glasspool Brown.
There's nothing definitive on radio. The radio has been saying 2020 for the...
So then, because you have the true data representing on the board, 40, Glasspool, you came out and you told a lie that there was 41 divisions. We should know definitely that it is not 41 divisions, it's 40 divisions, right? And the PNP and JLP lock in battle as it relates to 2020. Right? The viciousness, right? You can't tell me that you make a mistake. That is a deliberate action. You looked at the board and you said, there it is, right? 40 divisions, but there's 41. So where, let me ask you, Mr. Glasspool, come here now, Mr. Glasspool. Where were you going to get that one box from? Are you admitting that GLP already prepared stuffed ballot box? Are you admitting that? Because that is what it seems, that you wanted to add an extra ballot box. 40 divisions, and you have a ballot box per division. So how comes you want to add another one? I want to find out that, and I need mainstream media to call you up on this, because you blatantly lied to the Jamaican people. You blatantly lied to the Jamaican people, because you know what? Jamaican Labour Party don't want to lose the KSAMC, because that is the root of the corruption. That is the root of the corruption. Now, the next step I'm going to show people is to show people the extent of the corruption as it relates to Andrew Holness having a company that the mayor brother was a director in that same company. Yes. We are going to reveal stuff tonight. We are going to reveal stuff tonight. And that 18 Degrees North was investigating that. No. So you can see why the tussle to keep KSAMC of all the municipalities. Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness don't care about no other municipality than Kingston and St. Andrew. The hub of the corruption. Now, people, let us visit 18 Degrees North and you will understand. And I'm going to watch, right? If no one is not going to question you, PSOJ, right? You're not going to question Glasspool Brown. Where did he get 41 boxes, 41 divisions in a Kingston and St. Andrew? No one, you're not going to question him, right? And he's coming out publicly. You understand with that? An attempt to defranchise Jamaican people, and we are going to have him there for the general election. No. No. Mark Golding, I am telling you, keep an eye on this man. Dayton Campbell, keep an eye on this man. I want you to pick up what I have just showed there. He came out blatantly, right, told the journalists that there are 41 divisions. Mr. Glasspool, you are dead wrong. You are dead wrong. So we want to know why you are making an attempt to defranchise Jamaican voters. So that's the question for you to answer, sir. Sonia Ellis, so which division did he stay was missing? Well, I want it.
Name the division, I'm only said the box.
You understand what I'm saying? Crazy. It's crazy stuff. So without any further ado, let me just open, you understand, the door of corruption wider. So let us lift up 18 Degrees North, wifey. 18 Degrees North.
Okay.
To show people the level where we are going. All right, we are coming up with that document.
Okay, here.
Okay.
It's just that it doesn't come up on the 18 Degrees North side.
Okay. Is it at 200? Because I want them to see the document with me now. I want them to see the document with me. All right. Here it is, people. 18 Degrees North investigation. MP Donovan Williams, another former director of Positive Jamaica Foundation, still tied to companies linked to Prime Minister Holness. Before becoming a member of Parliament in 2020, Donovan Williams may have been known to Prime Minister Andrew Holness for some time, even if just by association. After all, he is the brother, people hear it. After all, he is the brother of Mayor of Kingston, Delroy Williams, who has also been a Jamaica Labour Party councillor in the Serve Right Gardens Division within Mr. Holness West Central St. Andrew constituency for 2 decades. No wonder why Mrs. Holness can build $800 million apartment and breach the building code. People don't understand what is going on here. Yeah? The mayor would have known about the permit where Mrs. Holness building an 800 million apartment and breach the building code. People want to see the corruption. Donovan Williams, who is a member of parliament, his brother, Delroy Williams, who is the mayor. Right? And we have permit granted. Right? And people are breaching the building code. And that these people who are saying that they are protecting the interests of Jamaican people. Let us read on. But in 2020, the relationship between MP Williams and Prime Minister Holness seems to have extended beyond politics. That year, not only did the attorney become the secretary of 3 companies registered in 2020 linked, people want to hear this, linked to the Prime Minister Holness, but he also became a director of Mr. Holness Positive Jamaica Foundation Limited, where he served for a year. Here is Donovan Williams. People, here is his photograph. Constituency Kingston Central. All right. MP Williams and his role in companies linked to Prime Minister Holness. The companies linked to Prime Minister Holness and on which MP Williams serves as a secretary, including Imperium Investment Holdings Limited. People don't hear that? I want to hear them something I know. Which was incorporated in June 2020 and whose purpose is investment in assets of all classes. Imperium Soul's director and shareholder is Prime Minister Holness. You know, hear that, people? Who holds 600 of the 1,000 ordinary shares. The remaining 400 shares are unallotted according to records at the Companies Office of Jamaica. People want to follow me, you know. MP Williams is also secretary for the Estate Bridge Development Limited, a company registered in July 2020 to carry out general construction. People remember read about that and we're going to see the corruption clearly. MP Williams is also secretary of Estate Bridge Development Limited, a company registered in July 2020 to carry out general construction. So I want to know if Estate Bridge Development Limited been receiving government contracts. Mark Bolin, you need to investigate these things and audit these things. Let me read it over that John Public can hear. MP Williams is also secretary of the Estate Bridge Development Limited, a company registered in July 2020 to carry out general construction. Mr. Holness, Andrew Holness, right, is the director. You understand? And have majority shares in this company. Estate Bridge as its shareholders, Mr. Holness Imperium Investment, which owns 4,001 of the 10,000 ordinary shares. Now the corruption people extend to the son, Adam Holness, seemingly his son, who owns 2,000 shares. Mr. Holness' sister, Sigia Anderson, who owns another 2,000 shares, and a businessman in Montego Bay, Norman Brown, who owns 1,000 shares. Right? 999 shares remain unallotted. So Jamaican people, we have to investigate if government contracts been given to these companies, which I believe. Finally, MP Williams is also secretary of Positive Media Solutions Limited. As so much company Andrew Holness have, Boxfoot, company upon companies, which was set up in October 2020 to do media broadcasting, multimedia services, event management, communications and promotion. At inception, no wonder why Andrew Holness statutory declaration cannot be verified. The 2021, the 2022, and coming for the 2023, nothing can be verified. At inception, was the only listed director and was allotted one of the 100 authorized ordinary shares. The holder of the other 99 shares was Imperium Investment Holdings Limited, whose beneficial owner is Prime Minister Holness. People remember read about that over, I couldn't hear it. The holder of The other 99 shares was Imperium Investment Holdings Limited, whose beneficial owner is Prime Minister Honest. Me want to know if them a company are getting none of the hospital, Cornwall Regional Hospital working. Now, 2 years later, on October 31, 2022, Imperium forfeited its 99 shares and they were reallotted to an Andrew Matthew Holness, a Holness son that who used the same address as the Prime Minister and who, based on reporting in the public domain, appears to be his other son. Prime Minister Holness' full name is Andrew Michael Holness. Delinquency of Positive Jamaica Foundation, and why Positive Jamaica had not been up to date on its filing of its 2021 annual return at the company's Office of Jamaica. When 18 degrees north first checked in summer of 2022, MP Williams didn't respond. He can't respond. When go respond, say, he can't respond. Company's office records showed that the foundation had filed a return for that year, but it had been rejected and it's pending resubmission. Financials for the foundation, however, were up to date, bucking a general trend of high delinquency in filing among non-profits linked to politicians. People who want to hear this. Let me read back over that Let me read back that over. Right? Company's office records show that the foundation had filed a return for that year, but it had been rejected and it's pending resubmission. Financials for the foundation, however, were up to date, bucking a general trend of high delinquency in filing among non-profits linked to politicians. Oh boy, I tell you. So when you lose the local government election, and your friend them want to put it up to say that, okay, it is as a result of municipality locking service and so forth and so forth. It is the blasted corruption that caused voters apathy. The blasted corruption, the apparent corruption. Only July 14, 2022, Positive Jamaica filed paperwork with the company's office notifying it that MP Williams had retroactively ceased being a director. You're on director of the entity on December 1st, 2021. And remember, I'm going to tell the people them in December 1st, 2021, when you cease, you understand, and you run out there at the same year, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, you understand, exited out of SSL. People want to see the corruption. This is the same year. In a 21, Andrew Holness left SSL. So let me remind you, on July 14, 2022, Positive Jamaican filed a paperwork with the company's office notifying it that MP Williams had retroactively ceased being a director of the entity on December 1st, 2021. The same day Prime Minister Holness also stopped being a director of the foundation. So I ask you to know, well, Andrew, I know they have account in SSL. But I want to know if MP Williams have account in SSL too. The current directors are Garfield Aaron, Kelvin Hall, and Jacint Baker. Baker is also the secretary. Them soon come in politics too. See the foundation, yeah? Incorporation year 2011, annual return latest year filing 2020, financial statement latest year filing 2020. 18 degrees now check the company's office again on December 27, 2023. And the foundation's annual returns for 2021 are still pending resubmission and considered outstanding. Right? Those for years 2022 to 2023 are also overdue. You see them corruption, huh? Right? So too now are the financials for 2021 and 2022. Right? The annual returns list the address of the registered office and details of the current directors. The financials are supposed to be certified by an auditor and should contain the last balance sheet and a profit and loss account statement. Based on recent legislative changes, non-profits are also now required to file a beneficial ownership form, specify who is behind the organization or who control it so far. Positive Jamaican Foundation has not made such a filing, and so that the form is also considered outstanding by the company's office. you are going to tell me that Andrew Holness is the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and Andrew Holness openly breaking these laws. Andrew Holness openly breaking these laws. And Michael Shaw was also on file as a director, prompting 18 Degrees Now to contact him for a comment some weeks ago. Then Mr. Shaw promised to check into the filings of the foundation. When reached again in December 2023, Mr. Shaw said he was told that the outstanding documents would have been filed. Asked who told him this information, he wouldn't go further. Neither would he allow 18 Degrees Now to finish asking the question. Now you want to take himself about whether any of the money raised was used for political purposes. When asked by email, didn't answer that question. Right? See that, people? Look, 18 Degrees, neither would he allow 18 Degrees Now to finish asking the question about whether any of the money raised was used for a political purpose. Prime Minister Holness, when asked by email, didn't answer the question. Because Andrew Holness believes he no answer nobody. You understand that him run things. A bad man government this. Now I'm gonna point it out to people, you know. These are the reasons why you lose local government election. These are the reasons. After checking more recently at the company's office on December 27, 2023, and learning that the documents were still outstanding, it was also revealed that Mr. Shaw had resigned as a director of Positive Jamaica Foundation. Yeah, man, trouble come on, take on yourself, you know, bail away. Me no wrong, you. Bail out, bail away, yes. November 15, 2022, but the paperwork was only filed with the company's office a few weeks ago. On November 25, 2023, Mr. Shaw didn't respond to a WhatsApp message about why he resigned as a director. Contact information couldn't be found for the current director. Stage away. Let me talk to my lovely people. Let me talk to my lovely people. Government badness in a city. Government badness. So then, when you are talking about voters' apathy, and you hypocritical people out there want try to swing this thing, you understand? Voters' apathy, the primary thing that causes voters' apathy is the level of corruption in this country, in Jamaica country. $1.6 trillion unaccounted for in our treasury. Right? You have members of parliament who own companies, right? Getting government contracts, right? Overcharging, right? To leave the money out of the treasury. We see where Cornwall Regional Hospital leave from 4 billion to now 21 billion. Right? And so then, right? The people are fed up of this government. And so then, we Jamaicans are sending you a message. And if you think that you get defeat in the local government election, wait for the general. Wait for the general. Because we are not going to stop. Janet Jones, Janet Jones, don't you see him starting business for his kids? Yes. So it's only his kids. You understand, must go up in business. Nobody else's kids. And when he talk about you, people are not to vote for other government, because when they vote for other government trick them and that's poison upon them. But Andrew Holness, the amount of poison where you are dash. The amount of poison where you are dashing. You understand? One of the big poison where you dash is muzzling the Integrity Commission. Yes. The Muzzling Act. Section 53, subsection 3. That the investigators can't speak an ongoing investigation. You Muslim. The poison where you dash for the people. The next poison where you dash for the people is to give the DPP an extension. That is the next poison where you dash for them. Give the DPP, Paula Llewellyn, an extension. You understand? So you're one-time liar, Patrick Bailey. must not put through the judiciary. Right? So then, Paula Llewellyn is there to guide that process. Because Paula Llewellyn have to tell us why she is not involving as it relates to Patrick Bailey. You have the constitutional powers, right? But you use them conveniently, Paula Llewellyn. You bragged in a seminar your capability and your capacity, right? You can start an investigation, Paul. We know you can. You have the power. Why you don't start it in Patrick Bailey? Eh? When Andrew wants to make sure that Google Gaga, you understand, who is a politician, serious politician, because he's not doing commissioner of police work, but protecting the prime minister. Right? And so there you have it. Right? You won't tell me that Fitz Bailey, you don't realize that that's something wrong with this? You can't wait for statute of limitation, you know, because statute of limitation cannot use as it relates to this type of felony. And number 3, it can't use. So why not, people? Let me ask you. Because statute of limitation cannot help Patrick Bailey. So why not, people? But you people are waiting on. Eh? Paula Llewellyn, you can't use statute of limitation, say proper silent. All right, let me answer this call. Yes, caller, go ahead. You're live on Mystic Sensation.
Mystic.
Yes, my brother. Speak, you're live online. Art of love, my brother.
So, they just touch that and see where they said Integrity Commission, and it said corruption prosecutor to probe Andrew Holness conflict of interest.
Exactly.
It state a bunch of a company here that he won. One of them is Westcon Construction Limited. One that you just speak about, Positive Jamaica Foundation.
Yes.
Another one over here says Sunshine Mobile Company. Another one over here says West St. Andrew Trust.
Yes.
Another one over here said Omega Bridge.
Yes.
That is a finance that I think the wife is the head of that one.
Yes.
So it's a whole bunch of them that need to be investigated, because a lot of these companies, as the gentleman speak before, you know, the first caller speak before, and he was saying some things.
Yes.
I won't get there, but these facts that I have in front of me, you know, it is speaking something. They're speaking something else about that, because I see where government contract was handed out and it was requested from the Prime Minister himself. That time he was the Minister of Education. So there's a lot of things going on here, but as I said, new sheriff gonna be in town, and before I was just wanna touch that little part, but first I must, you know, congratulate the PNP and Mark Golden.
Exactly, Arrow.
You know, for running an excellent political campaign without money. And I must say, big up yourself.
Blessings.
Big up yourself.
Blessings, my brother.
Big up myself too, because the labor never going vain.
Of course. We have done it.
So this is just the start of the beginning.
Yes,
you know
man.
What I'm saying? But anyway, this guy who is the director, is this guy stuttered or something? Because I don't know if you figure out what is going on. Each time this guy is giving a press conference, he's stuttered.
Yes.
Every press conference, he cannot explain clearly. He's just mumbling all over the place. And that is telling me something else. That this guy is lying.
Obviously. It's quite
this
obvious.
Guy is lying.
Pretty obvious.
You know? And then, I don't know if you have the first interview that he did on Monday night.
Yes, I have that.
When he pulled the plug.
Yes.
And said, PNP was leading in the clear seat 100 and I think 5. And the Jamaica Labour Party was at 95.
That is correct, Arrow.
Right?
That is correct.
The popular vote, the PNP was over 300,000, and the Jamaica Labour Party was 280 something.
280 something thousand. Yes, you're correct.
We don't see nothing more. So all night,
yes, Arrow, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes.
So all night.
Yes, so everything, yes, everything that you have spoken, Arrow, you're hitting the nail on the head, right? And so then we have seen, right, blatant effort to disenfranchise the Jamaican voters, but guess what? Yeah, man, God prevailed.
That was our democratic rights.
Exactly.
They're trying to tamper with our democratic rights.
Exactly.
Right? And if the PNP was leading all night,
yes, Arrow, go ahead.
If the PNP was leading all night,
well, it seems like you have some Wi-Fi issue there, Arrow.
Yeah. Are you
hearing? Yeah, it's dropping at the end.
Oh, still dropping?
Okay, hearing you now.
Yo, we're hearing you now.
All right. As I was saying before, if PNP was leading all night.
Drop again, Arrow. Yeah. Apparently, people, Arrow, experiencing some, maybe Wi-Fi issues.
Still dropping?
Yeah.
All right. You know what? Let me hang up and call you back.
All right. Good. Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop the link.
Yeah. All right. So, so as it is, right, we are seeing blatant corruption, right? And now people understand as it relates to why it is extremely important that Andrew Holness wanted to keep, right, the KSAMC, right, the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal, because it is the core of the corruption. And so then that being audited, hell is going to break loose. And so then Jamaica stand by, right, as we take the journey into general election, right? Now, let me say this, because we are not going to stop from ask about the illicit six. So then this is a problem for Andrew Holness. Facing a general election, just being defeated into a local government election. And still don't have the ability, right, in terms of clearing up, right, the level of corruption, you understand, as it relates to allegations. So when you look at that, the illicit six, answer back. Okay. Yes, Carla. You're on Mystic Sensation Live, but I think I hear a device in your background. You need to might be turn off that device. Go ahead, you're live.
Yeah, good night.
Yes, good night, my sister.
Bless up. I'm happy. I'm alive.
All right.
Yeah, but I'm still not happy with the result of the election.
Okay.
I am not happy. I have never seen something like this.
Yes.
And I would want somebody who's a learned person come on the
put out something about the Constitution and this, that make we read and understand.
Okay.
I am not happy, no time at all. Because as a lady, a person living in Jamaica, I've never traveled. So all my life is Jamaica. And I watch election. And I work in election as indoor agent.
Yes.
And I know even before the EOJ get the report, the party get the report. Now it works, we have phone. Back then we didn't have a phone. It's only me in the polling station and the box don't count. Me tell the runner outside, say, yes, we win. By this, I will lose by that. In take and give the person where I collect the data and send it off to the respective heads of department and them have an idea what the result is.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So EOJ, them the party itself know what happened even before EOJ. Because every indoor agent must know how much power vote we get, who win at the box. And you send out that to your party headquarters, right? And when you look up at Belmont Road, I want to go see up there. One number man with a holy padopi.
Yeah, we see that.
No,
we saw that.
A ruling party will get the report of what's going on the ground. If them in a win, one to go, they would have jubilate.
Well said.
Even
well said.
Even when they asked Delroy Williams up at the graveyard about him winning, if you look at the man's face, the man high, the man bad, him knowing a win. Then the Prime Minister will come and say, "With how much more than does Jamaica people are going to take from this bully man? How much more? Them do not win." And this man when named Glass Paul Brown, sir, you are going to say Mr. Dead, and Mr. Dead are going to say, "Wait, your time no come." You're going to turn and twist and nightmare are going to kill you for the atrocity we are cast to Jamaica, the land where you're born because of money and light. You're an unfair man. You're a wicked, you're an house slave. You're worse than an house slave because you don't know of a heart to heart. You don't know with them now win. Why you not continue to step on Jamaican people? What Jamaican people have done to UNO? We ask the question, what it is the massive Jamaican people have done, the right to choose UNO and take away from them.
Vicious
Oh,
money.
We don't take physically. Because right now we are kill we. We are work and we can't see where we are work for. And I'm calling on the international body. Mistake.
Yes.
You know law enforcement?
I used to.
Are you in law enforcement?
Used to.
Are you used to?
Yes.
So you have a knowledge.
Yes.
Tell me, if there's any way as a third world country can appeal to a first world country for some help towards our democratic, it is slipping from under us. It is going away.
Okay.
A child, if it continue like this, a child will born 3 more years will never know a free Jamaica. Will never ever know a free Jamaica. And when me and you got the shackle, then we'll be out again.
Yes.
Please, anybody listen. We need help. Right now, I'm gonna feel better if election run over, you know. I run the parish by parish. By parish. At the end of the day, by 7 o'clock, you know who win. Move on. Tomorrow, move on. For 14 parish, 14 days. Right? St. Catherine and Monday, nobody work that day. And something, I'll go work and come, whatever. But do something, man. Do something. Mr. Andrew Wallace have too much to hide. That's why everybody go on and just stick to him. Mark Golding, congratulations for the first bold move where you make. That get where him man there. Right?
Exactly.
And then after that, him can say, get the Warmington. You know, for Warmington, and clear for my life. If Andrew Wallace ever think him a man, tell Warmington about him fire. Tell Warmington say you fire him. And make him just drink one drink around and feel vexed. Eh? He can't do it.
We hear everything. You're right.
I am asking Mr. Golden, sir, we love you. We appreciate you. We respect you. We salute you. Please, at no time, from nobody, at put it on a mix up. Nobody, anybody do anything but flip them out. If they commit crime, make them go pay them time. Don't make nobody have no secret for you. The only somebody if you have no secret of your wife in your bedroom.
All right.
Nobody have no secret for you, your mama, your papa.
All right. Thank you for that, sister.
No brother, no sister.
Yes, I love the call, but you have a lot of people calling in. So, all right.
Well, me I beg you for help with international diaspora people. Jamaica need help.
Well, let me say this to you. Keep tuning to Rattigan, right, and hear some of the progress being done over there. And exactly. Keep on tuning with Rattigan. All right. So let me answer this next caller. Thank you, sister, for your wonderful input. Answer the other. Answer. Yes. All right. Answer the other. Answer. All right. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Okay, good night. I am listening to you guys, and I am so very proud of you all.
Thank you very much.
Rattigan.
Hello.
Seems like
Wayne Lonesome.
Yes.
I am proud of Wayne Lonesome, Mystic Sensation, Rattigan, and all the other Jamaicans who are trying to open the eyes of the Jamaican people.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I think you're breaking up.
I grew up, I'm not going to say my age, I grew up in an era where I was about 6 years old. I heard one of the first Prime Minister of Jamaica. I know him not in person, but by name. And I was about 6 years old when I heard him on a political platform stating that, saltfish is better than education. We don't have to educate them. And from that time, I despised that Green Party. I did not like them growing up and up until now.
Yes.
And I think all that is happening now, people are following in that footstep that Jamaicans are fools. They don't need to be educated. And you can use them and get what you want out of them and kick them to the ground and leave them like slaves. And I am not going to talk very long, but what I see happening now, while I was listening to the beginning, to a part of your program with all these things that the Prime Minister has, I think I smell a Ponzi scheme and I see a wannabe dictator. And that is what we are going to be putting up with in Jamaica. If all of us who live abroad and the Jamaican people don't open their eyes, we're going to have a dictator in our midst. And it's going to be hard to get rid of him.
So true. I agree with you 100%. So true.
That's my take, and I'm so glad I get to talk to you guys because I am so very proud of you all to take this to take the Jamaican people to educate them I can help myself. I can read and I can listen to what is going on. And I smell a Ponzi scheme when I hear those things, because why would you be having so many companies?
Wow.
And the poor people can't even buy a pound of chicken to eat dinner this evening.
It's very serious. Right, it's very serious.
Thank you all, and I'm going to pray that all of us come together who live abroad and who live in Jamaica, that everybody can get to the root of this cancer and weed it out of our midst.
Thank you so much. You know, well measured. Same to you.
And thank you for allowing me to speak.
You're more than welcome, and have a wonderful weekend, my dear.
You too. I'm going to listen to Rattigan tomorrow.
Yes.
And I might call in, because I am getting hyped up now because of what I see is happening to my country. It is too bad.
Yes,
too bad.
Not too bad about that.
Saltfish is better than education, and it's the same thing they're carrying in behaving as if people can't read and write. And in this era where people have a smartphone and can, in 15 minutes or 5 seconds, I can text somebody in America and tell them what's happening in Jamaica. And you sit down and behaving, cursing bad word in public and misbehaving, doing all sorts of things, and feel like people are so stupid they're not going to think about it and this, get disgusted with the nasty behavior. Anyway, folks, I don't want to hold you up. Other people want to call, so have a good weekend.
Same to you, my dear. Have a wonderful weekend. Take care. Well, I hope you listen. We all listen what the lady said as it relates to one of the prime ministers who spoke about selfish is better than education. And for people who didn't hear that fact, the prime minister who said that, she didn't speak the prime minister who said that, but let me tell John Public of the prime minister who said that. The prime minister who said that is Sir Alexander Bustamante. Right? Right? Who spoke that selfish is better than education. Can you imagine? Right? Belittling the people of Jamaica. All right. So then, now, where we go next from here, we are going to travel, right, in some deeper depths. You understand? And seriously concerning as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party government. Come back again when we talk about voters' apathy, when people see that justice, right, is not being done. And when it appears as if justice, right, is divided in two, right? You have a different real of justice for the rich and the elites, right? And you have a different, you understand, measure of justice, right, for the poor. And so then when people see these things, right, that within itself also, right, leads to voters' apathy. Now, when you have a government, right, where members of parliament can do all the wrongs that they want to do, and the public must not be informed of the consequence thereafter. And so then they prefer to hide the wrongdoers away from the judiciary. And to make matters worse, a DPP who has no care, right, as it relates to moral standard, to make the criminal justice system works. When it comes to high-profile cases, right, it seems like the DPP has no answer for many high-profile cases, particularly when it comes to politicians. Now, let us look at this case that we know of a blatant corruption and wrongdoing, and where this person, based on evidence, was put out of her job. But this case had kept out of the public's sphere. And so then, even now, as we speak, we don't have the status of this case. Let me put up this case for us to all read it. Now, okay. So we're going to look and ask Andrew Holness why we are not hearing anything on this case. Put it up.
Is Jamaica now? A new Speaker of Jamaica's Parliament will have to be elected after the embattled incumbent Marissa Dalrymple-Philibert resigned following a ruling that she be charged for giving false statements about a $6 million Mercedes-Benz motor car she owned. She also resigned as Member of Parliament for Trelawney Southern. Edmund Campbell has more in this report.
The Integrity Commission's Director of Corruption Prosecution ruled that 8 charges be brought against Marissa Dalrymple-Philibert in relation to the non-declaration of the car between 2015, when she bought it, and 2021. The controversial use of a 20% duty concession to acquire the vehicle is also in contention. After the ruling became public Tuesday, the opposition PNP and a string of civil society groups, including the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica and the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, demanded that Dalrymple-Philibert step aside until a court rules on her matter. Mrs. Dalrymple-Philibert has insisted that she forgot about the luxury car and that its omission was a genuine oversight. She said that she was stepping aside after considering the damage criminal charges have done to her reputation. The Integrity Commission's Director of Investigation has reported that Dalrymple-Philibert denied owning the car in March 2022 and asked that the anti-corruption body correct what she then said was an error. But 2 months after that, the car, which was in her name only, was sold in May 2022. In February 2023, after being presented with evidence, the former speaker told the Director of Investigation she recalled receiving a concession or government discount for a vehicle which she said her sister drove until she sold it. But her sister, Agneta Vera, has given contradictory statements, saying the car was mostly used by the former speaker. Dalrymple-Philibert had also stood as a guarantor for a loan her sister's husband took from Sagicor Bank to buy the vehicle. The car was given on a government concession whose policy is that the vehicle must be primarily used by the official. The Integrity Commission said consideration should be given as to whether the concession was fraudulently obtained. The Director of Investigation also recommended that the Financial Secretary should recover allowances paid to Dalrymple-Philibert in breach of the concession and that the Commissioner of Customs tries to recover duties that were waived. Prime Minister Andrew Holness was not in Parliament when the report was tabled, and he has not commented publicly on the matter.
Edmund Campbell there with that report. Meanwhile, members of the...
Okay. Yes, let me just answer this caller. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good night, good night, good night. Big up you and your wife and everybody around the world.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, man, this EOJ company, them get tipped off. Them get tipped off.
Okay.
Yes. Because them afraid of Andrew ones.
Okay.
So the Andrew and his wife go down there, and the PNP, them mad to turn over Jeep with her chef running back in the EOJ for 5 hours. Because them hold the vehicle and try to turn it over with her.
But hold on the caller. Just imagine, and I want the people to understand what you're saying. I want to know why the reason what reason Juliet Holness would have to go down to the electoral office. I don't understand that.
Well, she go down there to summarize the election or go on.
You
understand me?
What?
Yes. Yeah, she go down there to summarize it. Because she couldn't believe that them couldn't lose.
Okay, she worried about KSAMC.
Yes, but I want the world to know that no prime minister, no president wife supposed to sit in the house. None. The people don't realize that. None. It shouldn't happen.
That is a conflict of interest.
Yeah, then force the woman through the speaker for resign to put him wife in the seat. Yeah. That should never happen.
I agree with you.
Never in history your prime minister wife sit in the house.
Particularly when the prime minister is under investigation. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Clear conflict of interest.
No. Yes. That means, I'm going to show you something now. In the pandemic, to show you, he might try using brain for the Jamaican people. In the pandemic, is this $750 million US we get to circulate in the country during the lockdown of the pandemic. And me sign up to get 25,000. Some people sign up to get 10,000. It's few people and give out 10,000, so the rest of money there.
Well, sweet in pocket.
Him get money. Him get money from England. Him get money for the AIDS patient them. Money where them send from America for the AIDS patient them to get them money. Where them the money there?
What do you think?
Same wife I build all house right now.
Do you think it's sweet in pocket?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, him wife I build right now. Some PNP work on our project over Portmore there, down the wall. She build how much house down there so right now as me speak. I build some unit down there, and some PNP down there work. And my brother I tell me say, I hell for getting money. If he works 100,000, he might get 50,000. You understand me? Yeah, so they might use the man them, and some of the workers them not get no money.
Wow.
And so them go around and use the mason man them and the carpenter and them people and pay them. Them need to hold them accountable, man. I'm going to show you something now. Me born as a man, gifted. You can't see things before it's happen. Up at the we don't take a use and both money there.
SSL.
At them send man go broke the place to take out the computer then. I tell you. Them send man go up there go broke the place. Even in a Portland there. Me go Portland the other day before the election. And you see my cut ribbon boat, I road open up and the man go do some part from here, let's go right back. But say not touching a Portland. If you see the condition of the road, I say Darrell Valls are motorcade. I want to give a next argument to Darrell Valls' wife to she look vote and she sends somebody to go burn down the market. You hear me tell you? And then she talk out her mouth say she go pay about the people and fix about the market. So she look vote.
But use the word allegation. For me, use the word allegation.
Allegation.
Yes, it is alleged. Okay. All right.
Yeah, man.
All right. So
thing in the world.
All right. So thank you for the input because we have to move the program along.
Yeah, man.
And thank you for calling.
Right,
all right. Okay,
yeah, man.
cool.
Thanks. Yeah, man.
All right. So and you see, I don't know why the caller call Darrell Valls' wife, because the next topic that the next clip that I'm going to play concern Darrell Valls. What a coincidence. So we understand that Dalrymple, right, as a situation, but the Jamaican people, right, has no form of clarity as it relates to the Dalrymple case that locked away. We, the Jamaican people, don't know if Dalrymple was placed within the judiciary system, right? And that the judiciary is going to deal with that. None of us don't know. So when you're talking about voters' apathy, corruption like this leads to voting apathy. People turn off because of the level of corruption and where they see that justice one-sided. But we're going to move on to show you another corruption. Right? All right. So stand by. Let me venture into, you understand, the corruption that seems to be hidden away from the public. Okay, and they're seeing it, right? Okay, all right. Opposition wants Vaz, Daryl Vaz, sent on leave pending land sale probe. Now, Liverett Barrett, senior parliamentary reporter, the parliamentary opposition wants minister without portfolio in the office of the Prime Minister, Daryl Vaz, sent on leave until the completion of an independent audit of the controversial sale of rooms on the beach property in Ocho Rios, St. Anne. Opposition leader Dr. Peter Phillips, who made the call today, demanded too that the auditors should be chosen by a panel comprising the corruption watchdog group National Integrity Action and representative of international financial partners. Until the independent audit is complete, the responsible minister, Daryl Vaz, should be sent on leave, Phillips told journalists during a press conference at the St. Andrew headquarters of the People's National Party. He also served notice that the issue will be placed before the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee of Parliament. Vaz has been under fire since the Integrity Commission delivered its report last week about the sale of rooms on the beach by the state-owned Montego Bay 1975 Limited to Puerto Carib Properties Limited. The sale was investigated by the former Contractor General Office, which has been subsumed by the Integrity Commission. The report revealed that the property is valued by 3 recognized valuators at between 11.8 million to 13.5 US million. They must want serious money. However, all the properties were sold to the operators of Moon Place Resort, located on an adjacent land, for 7.2 million. That is 6 million US below the lowest valuation and 6.3 million below the highest valuation. So people, let us go back to the previous paragraph. Let us go back. The report revealed that the property was valued. Now, this is what they claim that Daryl Vaz did. So Daryl Vaz is going to sell the property to his friend. Right? Just look at this, you know. This is the height of corruption, you know. The report revealed that the property was valued by 3 recognized people, valuators, at between 11.8 million to US 13.5 million. However, all the properties in the paper, however, all the properties were sold to the operators of Moon Place Resort, located on an adjacent land, for $7.2 million. What is the corruption? That is 6 million US dollars below the lowest valuation and 6.3 million below the highest valuation. So then you tell me now, Daryl Vaz, you understand, nepotism and cronyism, this, you know. The property was valued $11.8 million to $13.5 million. You choose to give it to your friend, you understand, for $7.2 million. Right? So you cut short of $6 million. Me don't know. So some of that may have gone in your pocket. Me don't know. So then you might split it. You understand? 3 go under the table and 3 go under your pocket. Me don't know, me only say. If I saw it go. You understand? Because the friend might buy it. You understand? For $7.2 million on paper. But him give you 3 million in your pocket. You understand? And him get it 3 million below price. Me don't know, me only talk. You understand? Me don't know, me don't have no evidence, me only say. Phillips noted that the Urban Development Corporation indicated at the time that there was a strong interest from the private sector in the acquisition of the subject property for the development as a high-end hotel. It is therefore reasonable to assume that the government could have easily obtained a price close to the higher valuation, of course, more so from the entity operating next door. We therefore maintain that the government gave away $6.3 million, just short of 1 billion or 47% of the value of this in the demand asset of the Jamaican people, Philip asserted. The report claimed that Vaz improperly inserted himself. People see it here. People see it here. This is a level of corruption when we put them in a parliament. You understand? Them only stealing the pocket for themselves. I don't know, I talk about voters' apathy, and I talk about municipality lacking service for put it up. You understand? Andrew Wallace led government, this one a corruption. Corruption caused voters' apathy. The report claimed that Vaz improperly inserted himself into the negotiations for the sale of the property and concluded that the UDC was unable to negotiate freely and from a position of strength. What kind of position of strength? You mean position of money? You understand? Goodly sweet in your pocket and from the position there. Because of the direct involvement and the West Portland Member of Parliament and other state agencies. As a result, the opposition leader said there are questions for the Prime Minister Andrew Wallace must answer. Want us to drag Andrew Wallace mix up in this again? The Prime Minister must also let Jamaica know whether he was aware of all of the minister's vast activities in relation to this matter, include his participation in negotiations, or was the minister on a frolic of his own? He questioned. Take that away. So then people, my Jamaican people. So when we have the Jamaica Labour Party, right, got a damage beating in the local government election, right? And when you see 2 million people who slated to vote, but 29% of the 2 million, right, that will be somewhere fall between what, 400,000, based on my mathematics, 400 to 500,000 people that may have 4 to 500,000 persons who may have participated in the voting process, right? People are keeping away because they're tired of the corruption. Corruption like what I'm reading, right? Just imagine. How do you take care of Jamaican people, right? Where that money, you understand, that gone into the pocket, right, of these corruptors could have better served Jamaica as it relates to fixing many of the parochial roads, as opposed to now run out. Oh, Serene Sue said 630,000. All right, Serene Sue, thank you for that. So, right, 29%, 29.6%. Okay, good. Thank you for that, my darling. Right? So this is what I'm talking about. Right? When you look at that. Right? And so then, guess what? All of the money they know. Right? Could be a friend. Right? The thing valued by 3 valuators, 3 professional valuators. Right? Roughly in the bracket of 11 million. And you sell it for 7 million. 11 to 13 million in the thing value, you know. Right? And you sell it for your friend for 7.8 million. Cutting roughly about $6.3 million from that. So what do we do with the 6.3 million? You understand? So basically under the table, you understand, him let have 3 million pounds. It seems me don't know, you know, me don't know evidence. Me not say I saw it going, you know. You understand me? I say in terms of my subjective opinion. You understand? I'm wondering if that is what being done. You understand? 3 million P under the table, and then might be 3 million go sweet in pocket. You understand? Because it did not sell for what the land, you understand, valuated for. Top set scamming to the highest level. Kickbacks. These are what we're talking about, political kickbacks, corruption. And you're wondering about voting apathy. And you're your friend them from POCJ and persons from university would have tried to nice and dice up this phone after on the local government election because they don't want the GLP to look bad. And talk about, the PNP has not damaged the GLP structure and blah blah blah. The structure more than damage People's National Party hold on to KSAMC. You understand where we are going to audit and find the heart of the corruption. So that is the price that PNP now hold on and is going to deal with the audit accordingly. So then if you think the local government, you understand, was bad for you, you understand, you prepare for the general election because you are going to be defeated even worse. Because you will not, let me say this to you, Andrew Warnes, you will not pass the bar unless you show the 6 illicit. You understand? You can't cross it. Andrew made a tell a plane, you can never cross it. And you cannot fix it. Right? Until you lift the gag order off of the Integrity Commission. So are you going to cross it? Tell me, Andrew, are you going to cross it? Voters' apathy is as a result. The primary thing that causes voters' apathy, everything springs from corruption. Every single thing as it relates to voters' apathy springs from corruption. Right? Now, let me bring up, right, the other corrupter. Expose them tonight. You understand me? I say? 1 down, 1 to go. So let me expose you and expose, right, the corruptors in the system that need to be get rid of. Right, without any further delay, let us see the next clip. All right. Just stand by, people. We are giving them to you. Yes, Mr. Montague, you step up because you're the other threat that the Integrity Commission have you upon the list. You understand? You're the other threat, and I wonder if you're one of the 6. So let me tell the people them what you're afraid about. You Montague the threat if you're one of the 6. You understand? You have issue with the Integrity Commission, and you're a threat. Now, with 3 boards under its collective transport and mining ministry portfolio being dissolved amid questionable circumstances in a matter of weeks, Robert Montague, tenure as cabinet minister over the years, continues to be marred by several controversies. The latest is the budding controversy at Clarendon Alumina Production over a series of contracts that have been given to a consultancy firm over recent months. Yes, I'm going to take the government contract and I give it to a friend. But we talk about kickbacks. News emerged on Monday that Montague intervened in the matter and requested and received the resignation of the majority of members of the board of directors. Prior to that development, board chairman Norman Reed resigned in protest at the planned extension of one of the contracts. Now listen, people. Among those who resigned from the CAP board on Sunday, as follows: Deputy Chairman Dennis Wright, who has been featuring prominently in the controversy. Wright was stated in a recent board meeting ordering that the contract be renewed to get on with the consulting work on behalf of the agency. The tape was aired on radio last week. You hear that, people? The state-run entity owns the government 45% stake in Jamalco. In the latest development in the matter, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has decided to transfer Clarendon alumina production from Montague Transport and Mining Ministry. CAP is to be assigned to the Ministry of Finance, led by Dr. Nigel Clark. The decision was made during a meeting of Cabinet which ended late Monday night. The resignation of the CAP board followed the November 9 announcement by Montague in Parliament that the boards of the Airport Authority of Jamaica, AAG, and its subsidiary Norman Manley International Airport Limited, NMI, are to be dissolved amid the ongoing First Rock investment scandal. It was the first time that Montague was speaking on the AAG matter since the story broke earlier this year. Pressure had been mounting on the minister to speak on the matter after he refused to answer questions from the parliamentary opposition a week before. He might dodge the questions. At the time, Montague was shielded by House Speaker Marissa Dalrymple Filbert here because on the street this together, who ruled that he would not answer the questions as an investigation into the matter was purportedly underway by the Integrity Commission. However, the Speaker reversed herself at the November 9 sitting of Parliament, where Montague made a statement and answered questions from opposition members. The majority of the board members of the AAG and NMIA, I was informed shortly before the sitting of this Parliament, have offered their resignations, and I have every intention of accepting those resignations, Montague disclosed at the time. He said 2 board members who were overseas had not yet indicated their intentions, but regardless of that, the boards will be dissolved, he told the Parliament. Montague said he had declined to address the matter before then because internal investigations were underway and he wanted to be assured of the facts when he spoke because the issue were technically in nature. The demise of the 2 boards was triggered by the investment by the AAG of $3 million US to 450 million Jamaican dollar, them serious money in startup entity First Rock Capital Holdings without it being sanctioned by the Minister of Finance as is required by law. Boy, while stating that he was moved to dissolve the board, Montague said the point must be made that the current AAG board was different from the one that made the investment. He said some directors who were not members of either board nonetheless decided to offer their resignations. I am heartened by their decisions to protect the integrity of the institution and their commitment to good governance has not gone unnoticed, the minister said. The resignations will give the ministry and any other investigative body room to conduct their investigations and make recommendations, he added. He also told us that while the AAG remains profitable and still contributes to the national budget, it has so far recorded a loss on the First Rock investment, with the price of shares moving from 12 to 7 million. Reports over several months suggest that the AAG had the opportunity to invest in recognized blue chips companies, but disregarded advice and instead pumped millions of public funds into the First Rock startup. Its first investment was made in February 2019, followed by a second investment in January 2020. First Rock started operations in March 2019, but the scandals and controversies dug in CAP and AAG and NMIA under the stewardship of Montague as transport and mining ministers are not the first for the veteran Jamaica Labour Party politician and party chairman. A snippet of his parliamentary life over 2 JLP administration dating back to Bruce Golding-led administration of 2007 to 2011 has not gone without controversy. The level of corruption. Looking back at Montague's political career up to JLP farming the government in 2007, he became councillor for the Caron Hall Division in the then St. Mary Parish Council, which he served from 1990 to 2007. He became mayor of Port Maria and served from 2003 to 2007. After winning the Western St. Mary seat in 2007 general elections, he became Minister of State with responsibility of local government between 2007 and mid-2011, when he was promoted to Minister of Agriculture for approximately 5 months under the short stint of Andrew Holness as Prime Minister following the resignation of Bruce Golding. Montague's first eye-catching controversial act earned him significant public backlash. As a state minister in local government, he was shown on national television arrogantly and disrespectfully berating the then matron of Port Anthony Infirmary in Portland in July 2009. Montague, during a visit at the facility, found the sanitary conditions there too much to handle. The matron's response to Montague queries about the reason the infirmary had been overrun by flies earned her the wrath of the state minister, who scolded her. Woman, don't insult my intelligence. I asked you about fly infestation and you come tell me about mango season. Right? The anger restored was recorded by television news cameras and broadcast on national television later, earning the condemnation of civil service union and the public at large. 3 years after the outburst, Montague, who was speaking in the state senate during the JLP tenure in opposition, said he was only human and explained that he was emotional because of the unsanitary conditions of the infirmary. I was emotional for that. I will apologize. However, being a ministry of the government, if the circumstances would happen again, would handle the situation a little different. Montague, then an opposition senator, told colleagues in Upper House in June 2012, in the aftermath of 2011 general election, it was discovered that in the months leading up to that election, millions of dollars worth of black water tanks had been given out ostensibly to farmers in an apparent partisan political manner. There was no empirical evidence of any impropriety by Montague, but it notably happened under his watch as Minister of Agriculture. The People's National Party took over the affairs of the government and ordered the Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis to conduct a probe. In June of 2013, a performance audit of the National Irrigation Commission conducted by the Auditor General departed report that the Commission procured 11 1,000-gallon tanks at a cost of $342,507, which were purportedly distributed to farmers in St. Mary and Manchester on eve of the 2011 general elections. We noted an undated notation on the related purchase order by a senior officer of the NIC stating the purchase of these tanks are urgently required. A list of names will be supplied today. We will make payment to the supplier of the storage tanks. The report revealed at the time, according to a newspaper publication. 2 checks for the amount of $140,805 and $201,702, respectively, were made payable to hardware companies in Manchester and St. Ann. NIC disbursement register disclosed that both checks were disbursed on December 23, 2011. So here's Montague involved in vote buying by doing that. However, there was no evidence that the tanks were received by the NIC or delivered to the farmers, Monroe Ellis stated in the report then. According to the Auditor General, despite the department request, the NIC did not represent any evidence to substantiate the actual delivery of the tanks and water to the beneficiaries. The report stated that the lack of transparency resulted from management override of the control system and it's disregarded for established procurement procedures. Take that away. Now, so then, people, want to see it clear, right? And I know you understand GLP involving vote buying, right? Using taxpayers' money. You understand to do that. You understand the level of corruption. Let us go to one of the worst sin that Andrew Holness-led government had done. One of the worst catastrophe to our young generation. You know that an educated country is a country that stands to progress. But Andrew Holness-led government attacked the very fragile fiber of our education system by looting cash from our education system. And guess what? Doing everything to protect the culprit. Let us look on the other corrupter.
Reed, Pinnock to return to court January 12th.
The long-running multi-million-dollar fraud and corruption case involving former Education Minister Reuel Reed and his 4 co-accused is set for mention in the Kingston and St. Andrew Parish Court on January 12, 2024. The date was set last Friday when Reed, former Caribbean Maritime University, CMU, President Fritz Pinnock, Reed's wife Sharon, daughter Sharelle, and the Jamaica Labour Party councillor for the Brownstown Division, Kim Brown Lawrence, appeared in court. The 5 are facing several charges brought by the Financial Investigations Division, FID, in relation to more than $50 million that was allegedly diverted from the CMU. The charges include breaches of the Corruption Prevention Act, conspiracy to defraud, misconduct in a public office at common law, and breaches of the Proceeds of Crime Act. The accused were picked up in a series of dramatic early morning raids at their various homes in several parishes 4 years ago in October 2019, but the case has dragged on, in large part due to a series of motions filed by the attorneys representing Reed and Pinnock for the case to be either dismissed or for a judge to recuse himself. When the case was called up on Friday, Lawrence was assigned a legal aid attorney and disclosure was ordered. The January 12th mentioned date was subsequently set for the parties to determine the way forward.
All right, take it away and let me talk to my Jamaican people right now. So my Jamaican people, the January 12th that we have heard is January 12th, 2024. I am going to ask everyone here, have we heard anything about the case? Think of what I'm saying, people. Have we heard anything about the case? Well, Andrew Holness-led government is taking it out of the public view. And so then, what is happening to the Reuel Reed case? It seems like Andrew Holness is also muzzling the system as it relates to the judiciary, right? We can't know, the public cannot know. This is the government that you vote for. This is the government that the Jamaican people voted for. So you tell me that you vote for a government that when corruption happened, right? I mean, gross corruption, millions of dollars and billions of dollars, we can't hear about it, right? No transparency. So people need to understand that is the fundamental reason why Andrew Holness and not one of his members of parliament that signed the code of conduct. So they are telling us people, let me tell you what Andrew Holness is telling the Jamaican people. That he's not going to be responsible in his behavior when it comes to corruption, right? Because he doesn't need to sign the code of conduct, right? So anything that the code of conduct is speaking of as it relates to expectation of good governance, he is not willing to do that. People understand what Andrew Holness and his government is saying. Maurice Williams, those officials must not allow to resign or retire. They must be fired, that they are not allowed a pension at taxpayers' expense. 100% agree with you, Morris. Who is the idiot at the UWI talking garbage about voters' apathy? Exactly, Morris. Now, let me say this to you, right? When you see that level of corruption, right, Janet Jones, the way how them do this election speaks volumes. Exactly, right? When you look at it, right? What is happening to the Reuel Reed case? Paula Llewellyn is there. Paula Llewellyn is there. And now you can see that Paula Llewellyn extension being fully utilized and serving its purpose as it relates to the extension. So we know that is Paula Llewellyn being extended, you understand, for reasons like these. Right? She doesn't see. She doesn't hear. She doesn't know. She just look left. Right? We see the other day in St. Lucia that the St. Lucia prosecutor, you understand, did not hesitate as it relates to the St. Lucian members of parliament who found to be corrupted. What the DPP had done? The DPP had publicized them. Right? St. Lucia, smart St. Lucia, publicized them. But what the Jamaica DPP had done? Nothing. Nothing. Even now, we heard nothing about the 6. But the DPP is now sitting and waiting people on what? Statute of limitation. And let me tell you how the case is going to end. If an Andrew Holness government, right, seems to get an extension to go on, you will never, none of us will never know about the 6. And if it is possible that the 6 may come, right, the DPP is going to take the side that statute of limitation, right, because the case should have been dealt with, right, and so they sit and they all waited on statute of limitation, corruption in the highest order. And so then when they talk about voters' apathy, this is what causing voters' apathy and any other idiot out there, whether they come from the University of West Indies, whether they are political analysts, right? All of who would talk about voters' apathy and put it up and talk about, okay, the municipality lack service and so forth and so forth. The primary reason for voters' apathy are the corruption plus corruption times corruption divided by corruption, another corruption, using the 4 formula, mathematical principle, corruption. Uno don't take it out of corruption. I don't talk nothing else. Because voters' apathy definitely contribute as a result of corruption. A $1.6 trillion missing from our treasury. You understand what you think causes voters' apathy? Let me show you how serious Mark Golding is. And that's why I'm sure you say, we have an opportunity to hold on and a leader like this, like Mark Golding. Mark Golding cited the corruption, you know. And what Mark Golding did, the very moment, the very year that the Integrity Commission comes into law as it relates to 2017, when the Integrity Commission Act came into law, right? You realize that we improved, right, on the corruption index as a result of that. What Mark Golding did, having the Integrity Commission Act in 2017, people research it. When Mark Golding, right, when the act came into the law, you understand it improved the status and the corruption index. So that to show you that it is well needed. Now, Mark Golding did not stop there. Mark Golding realized that behavior like this with Dalrymple, right? Behavior like this with Andrew Holness as it relates to 2006 to 2009, you understand? As it relates to him being the director of company, Gavin Brown being the director of company, and contracts being influenced, you understand, to Gavin Brown, right? Mark Golding decided to draft an impeachment act. So I am going to play the clip to show you how Mark Golding, you understand, has integrity, man of integrity. And none of them can find one thing on Mark Golding, no matter how they try, no matter how they dig. Because Mark Golding, right, is honest, completely honest. And Mark Golding is showing Jamaican people good governance in terms of the journey that we are taking. And so then I am agreeing with Mark Golding, you understand, to of course dismiss Dennis Meadows for what he had said, because Mark Golding is setting an example. Right, Beverly James, Mystic, don't play them. them
No play. Them
think you don't know what them doing. Exactly. So let me show you. You understand? As it relates to how Mark Golding, you understand, is defending Jamaican people. Right? Love Jamaican people. Mark Golding naturally love Jamaican people. Right? Because Mark Golding came off a foundation of his father. You understand? Who had worked diligently for Jamaican people during the poliomyelitis era. You understand? So no need to remember that. It is Mark Golding's father. You understand? Who had deal with all of that and remedy a lot of situations as it relates to poliomyelitis. How many people know? How many people know that? Mark Golding's father, the foundation that Mark Golding came from, is a good spirit, genuine spirit, and no corrupted spirit. And no spirit who want to rip our treasury. You understand? For them friends and families. You understand? And them sons. You understand? Who never work a day for them born. You understand? But them son multi-rich, billionaire. Their sons are billionaire. Right? And then the Jamaican people suffer. And then for right on the Jamaican people back. You understand? To get them there to billionaire status. You understand? That is what is going on. So that without any delay, let me play this clip for Jamaican people to see that.
Welcome back to Primetime News, and again, a special welcome if you're watching online at onespotmedia.com. Opposition leader Mark Golding has moved to introduce the private members bill to allow for the impeachment of MPs. Just yesterday, private sector groups joined calls for the impeachment legislation to be brought to Parliament. Watchdog group, the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, called for the legislation to be fast-tracked so that public officials who engage in conduct that is unbecoming can be removed from office. That call comes in the wake of assault allegations against Westmoreland Central MP George Wright. In Parliament this afternoon, Mr. Golding took the first step to have the legislation introduced.
I hereby seek the leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Constitution Amendment Impeachment Act 2021.
Is this the wish of the House? Aye. Leave granted.
All right. Let us go a little bit further now and read some of the information to show you that Mark Golding, right, wanted good system for Jamaica. And who you think stopped that impeachment bill? Who you think sit on it? Andrew Holness. Jamaica, when we open our ears. Andrew Holness stopped the impeachment bill because Andrew Holness wanted to continue in the corruption. And no member of parliament must be charged. No member of parliament must be dismissed. But them to continue on their corruptive ways, dig in our treasury, right? Status of $1.6 trillion, right? And nothing must happen to them. Nothing must become of them. And so then Andrew Holness kicked down the impeachment bill, step on the impeachment bill. So Jamaica, whosoever want to vote for this, whosoever wants to vote for Andrew Holness, a phone of business, you know. A phone of business, you know. If Andrew Holness is looking on you, looking on us all, and said he doesn't want an impeachment bill to hold any politician accountable, that is what Andrew, listen to me, Andrew, don't believe you're going to cross it when it comes to the general election. You understand? Because we have built up the momentum from now. So then, what happened Monday, right? And you see we have PNP successful in our local government election. Andrew, I tell you, you understand? It is going to be worse for you. Right? It is going to be worse for you. Remember me tell you, you cannot cross it if the six don't reveal. You can't cross it, Andrew. Me, Mystic Sensation, telling you this. You cannot cross it. And even when the 6 reveal, my wife say you can't cross it. Yes. I'm right. Even when they reveal the 6, you can't cross it. You understand? Because your statutory declaration needs to be verified. And that can't cross it. How you going to cross it? When you can't verify your statutory declaration, boss? Eh? Or are you going to cross it? Do you want to tell Jamaica to look past that? And the people that want to talk about voters' apathy, and I tell you, say, you understand, municipal service and so forth, and you didn't talk about you're going to have the municipal service into central government. Yo, you don't bother with the destruction. And you honest, you don't bother with the destruction. You think people are idiot? Or do you think people are idiot? The voters' apathy. You understand that you need to concern about, you need to look into the mirror. You and Juliet Holness, look in the mirror and see what caused voters' apathy. When you look in the mirror, the result is there. When the two are looking at the mirror, the result, what caused voters' apathy is right there. So you will know the answer. Well, that is the voters' apathy that we want you to fix. Right? So we are going to read the final document and then we get to Jeopardy because we know Jeopardy people are waiting. So let me just bring up the final document just to show as it relates to Mark Golden defending Jamaica, defending Jamaican interests, defending our treasury. Mark Golden is the defender for us. Right? Let us put up this. Okay, here it is. Friday, May 19, 2023. Passed bill of impeachment. JMEA, PSOJ urged government to proceed swiftly with legislation to indict corrupt politicians. Two powerful private sector bodies have called for urgent steps to be taken by the government to pass a bill before Parliament that provides for the impeachment of parliamentarians found to be involved in corrupt practices and running afoul of the law. No, Andrew Holness not going to do it. He not going to do it. Paper, he not going to do it. Now, the Constitution Amendment Impeachment Bill tabled by opposition leader Mark Golden in May 2021 has been languishing on Parliament's order paper for more than 2 years without any timeline set for the proposed law to be debated. This is something that coming like a poison to Andrew Holness intestine. He not drink it, he not go do it. You understand? I say him no want no impeachment bill. Okay. President of the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, John Mahfoud, told the Gleaner that the debate and passage of the proposed impeachment law should be done expeditiously. In a statement yesterday, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica and the JMEA urged the government to pass the law quickly. No, all of that fly through the Prime Minister ears. All of that fly through the Prime Minister ears. Or if you go do that, when we are here say backside truck, we hear about backside truck. You understand? A Jamalco. You understand? Or if you go do that, you understand? No, you're not going to do that. Tool for accountability, they argue that the legislation serves as an integral tool in the demanding accountability from those who hold legislative office, effectively addressing the government's failure and holding officials involved in corruption responsible. Additionally, the private sector bodies argue that it was necessary for the bill to be passed to ensure that politicians are held to account for misusing public resources and neglecting their duties. Mahfoud said that the private sector needs to pay greater attention to legislative issues brought before the legislature.
The private sector needs to be more cognizant of these issues that are brought to Parliament or the Senate with a view to backing them and encouraging our leaders to do the right thing. No, Andrew, I don't want no encouragement, you know. The worst, we're not telling him to do the right thing. You're mad. What am I doing with that? You understand? Having Andrew Holness encourage and do the right thing, he not going to make no dough. He not going to make a dough. The JMEA boss indicated that there would be stronger advocacy from the private sector groups in terms of the massive pay hikes approved for the political director. The POCJ and the JMEA joined in the call for further consideration of the recommendation from the Carlstone report commissioned by Michael Manley administration of 1990. A key recommendation in that report is a special provision to be inserted in law to allow citizens to recall poor performing members of parliament and implement special training course for politicians. If the impeachment bill went passed, other like Warmington would have gone long time. If the impeachment bill went passed, Warmington couldn't survive up until now. Warmington would have gone long time. All of him just leave, man. You understand me? I say? The private sector group said that while they are not opposed to a salary increase in principle, the organization believe that it should be in keeping with the country's macroeconomic realities. They are also of the view that the increase should be accompanied by a transparent accountability system that allows Jamaicans to assess the performance of the political directorate. There has undoubtedly been a lack of communication with the public of the justification for these significant increases at a time when sections of poor population suffer from the effects of high inflation and many years of low economic growth by Andrew Holness-led government. The group said the two private sector bodies also insist that the government should implement key performance indicators and job description for all parliamentarians and ministries. In a Gleaner interview, Mahfoud said it was important that a date be set for the implementation of these measures. The JME and the PSJ says that although this matter has been promised over a long period, it must now be treated as a matter of urgency to ensure that the political directorate performs effectively and commensurate with the investment from the Jamaican public. We see no reason why the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service cannot be tasked with evaluating the performance of the ministers and reporting same to the cabinet or directly to the Honorable Prime Minister. The public expect a significant improvement in their performance given these very large increases. Can you imagine? Unjustified and come and voting one win local government election. One win local government, take that away. Let me ask you a question. You understand? Of the audacity, one win local government election, after stepping at the teachers them neck, stepping at the policeman them neck, stepping at the soldiers them neck, stepping at hard civil workers neck, and you want to come win local government election. You understand? Mr. McGlad happy. You understand me? I say that the KSAMC is now in the hands of Mark Golding. Look here. Let me tell you something. Why they are must steal and then think I could do this? Why they are must steal and then think I could do this? Worries it? Worries. It is going to be wrong. It is going to run. And I'm telling Mr. Swaby, you understand? As soon as they take over, you understand? Make sure, you understand, you start to run them audit there. You understand? I mean, I tell Delroy, right? To make sure, sir, him don't interfere with any government documents. You understand? Now tell Delroy Williams, you make sure, sir, you know, involving any form of tampering of evidence. You know? You understand what I say? During the handing over and taking over procedure, you make sure you don't do that. Because we will know. You understand me? I tell you. No, so well, it comes to the end of Mystic Sensation. And I want, answer your
So the lines are open if you want to call in, guys, and numbers streaming across the screen.
All right. Ural, my brother.
Sean.
Run things, my boss.
Backline.
Aye.
Yeah. The first part, say the prayer where Prime Minister read out there.
Yeah.
I miss everybody in that church a whole of Hallelujah, shit, yeah, they don't realize that the Prime Minister was genuine repenting for what he has done to the people. I read him some of our paper.
Hey, look at red.
But anyway, we want to move up a little bit. And I'm always of the opinion that anybody who, and I'm not in most political party, even though PNP is my favorite, right?
Okay.
The whole of them the stupidest.
Yeah, I mean, we are not going to be biased to say that PNP has never done any corruption. Would be disingenuous.
Right. But in the scheme of things, I would say that anybody who put on a green shirt don't have no regards for his fellow men in this country.
I would definitely agree with you.
For himself.
Definitely agree with you.
And I will tell you why I said that. I heard a caller mention the selfish better than education. Right? And from the outset, we understand from a long time that the Jamaican Labour Party have only one thing in mind: to get into power. Not to uplift the poorer class of people, but to assist the rich to get richer, and the poor must stay poor.
They are capitalists.
Get poorer. Right? That is why they cannot afford the country to be voting on issues. Right? Because they don't have anything to present to the people to say, hey, look here, these are some of our policies and so forth. The prime example is the past local government election. They promised us that we will get a manifesto on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, 2 days before the election is held. Right? So I kind of like what the PNP did.
Yes.
Right? The PNP kind of hold a manifesto for a long time and will present it at the last minute.
I like that too.
Because
I like that too.
Because they lose and they put out anything.
It's gone, man.
They're going to teach you how doctor it and fix it up and can't go look like and make it look like a film city.
Exactly.
You know? But on a whole, on a rate scale of 1 to 10, I think Jamaican Labour Party they are minus 0 when they come out the policy for this country. They don't have nothing to present to this country.
Not a thing.
Nothing. Right? And if we understand the history of political apparatus in the country, the People's National Party is the only party I can remember that put in any policies and so forth that we can work with. We say they are good policies for the masses of the people.
And that is true.
Right?
That is true.
And we don't put the book on what I'm going to talk that. That is facts. Right? Yes. So anybody who will come with other alternative facts, we bring them to the table and we see them.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. We have the facts.
We have not seen anything from the Jamaican Labour Party say, all right, these are some of the policies that we have set up and so forth. All they come to do, if you listen to their discussion all the time, is bashing the PNP. Well, the PNP do this, the PNP do that. PNP in the office for 18 years. But all the time that you have been there, what have you presented to the people that is workable, seeking to uplift the masses of the people?
Exactly.
You understand? And that is why, because they can't vote on issue. That's why they have to be spending big bucks to buy election. Mm-hmm. Sorry. And now, the last straw is that the Prime Minister never want to go himself, but so he said the wife got to go like EOJ. But do what?
Well, can you imagine? Yeah, because I'm wondering. You understand? I mean, why Juliet Walnets went to the EOJ office? What was the reason? Or reasons?
Well, she must be a woman. She must be on the oversight board for the EOJ. I don't know.
Hey, you ready to see it? You know, easy, you know, you're ready. Where is it? She on the oversight committee for the EOJ.
She go
no, this is serious.
No.
Right? I heard that she fainted there too, you know. So I don't know. Right?
I hear that, but it is
allegation. It's rumor.
Yeah.
That she had fainted there. But I mean, losing the KSAMC, right? It's very critical for them as it relates to, you know, that organization now is going to be audited. You understand? So people are cracking their ears to see, you know, after the PNP settle, might be within a year or two, what is going to happen?
What?
Or a couple months.
I 90 days I can what 3 months, but the most can't do is 90 days.
Yeah, I agree with you, you know. I agree with you. You understand? Where's the euro? We must get something in 90 days.
90 days, man. We want to hear something in 90 days. We want something. We must get, if I want to go toothpick or something, like we hear something.
Well, you ready? You know, say we vloggers now go ramping that, you know. Because you know we are going to dig out that, you know. You know we have to dig out that, you know, you're right.
Man, I don't want people to think that this is a free for all situation where we talk on their behalf. So we are with them. If they are intended in the corruption.
Well, let me tell you something, Uriel. People underestimate Mark, you know. Mark is an extremely serious person, you know. Mark is a disciplinarian. You understand? But people don't find out who is Mark. Mark is a disciplinarian. So nobody believes them can grow on Mark. Right? Because I'm going to tell you something. If Mark Golin never stand up on him foot in this local government election, you know, hear might the PNP only win 2 seats. It's no joke.
Yeah.
Trust me.
You know, because the seriously because of the idea when the lady talk about rerun the election, because there's no way other what we see during the campaign.
Yes.
That the Labour Party gets much vote.
Because especially
no council.
Especially in the St. Thomas area there, we just think said need a serious you know audit. But I mean it is what it is.
Well, we're gonna just go each other big up each other, give us each other strength. Because
all right, of course.
The work is ahead of us. So
all right.
We'll move forward.
Blessings, my brother.
As the PNP slogan said, time come.
All right. Time come. My mother told you. All right. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Bless up your end. All right. Okay, so that is where it's at, and we are going to turn to Jeopardy. For those Jeopardy who are Jeopardy players who are waiting, right? So, wifey, here you go with Jeopardy.
Okay. Again, thank you so much, guys, for participating in the discussion. You come to us every Friday to support us, and we don't take that for granted. And thanks for all the endorsement. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Really appreciate you guys coming on board. And again, Cynthia B, thank you so much for joining the membership. You're the first members. If anybody else wants,
big up yourself, Cynthia, for that.
We'll put it towards giving credits out with Jeopardy. Destruction. All right, so thank you so much. And again, thank you so much, Baron, for that insightful and informative presentation as usual, bringing the facts to the people and making sure that you back up your statement with facts, bringing the evidence. We really appreciate that, so you don't just come and talk out one corner of your mouth and just say what you think. You present the evidence and stuff. So thank you so much for your continued in-depth research that you do put into what you come here to say. I really appreciate it. And Janet is saying, thanks again for all the well wishes. Thanks much, Baron. And so again, those who joined in later on in the program, it's Janet's birthday today, so we had wished her happy birthday earlier on in the program. So anybody want to just wish her a happy rest of the birthday that she has. She still have a couple minutes to go before midnight, so it's still her birthday. So let me just
mix in more fat. Big up yourself, my boss.
Just put up her card again to say happy birthday to Janet. All right. Mofat, I'm going to have I'm going to give you a call maybe over the weekend or early during the week. I need you to help me with something. I might have to come over the house here or find somewhere to figure it out. But I need you to show me how to do something. I'm struggling with it, so I'll give you a call. Janet, for the whole month I will be celebrating. Okay. Jubilee.
All right.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on reaching your milestone, because a lot of your people not living to see that age these days. So it's really a milestone when you're able to get there. So,
exactly.
Bless up yourself, pick up yourself, and enjoy your Earth Strong. All right, guys. So we are going to be going into Jeopardy, where we play for credit. So it's $1,000 Jamaican credit to the person with the most points. Oh, okay. Call you anytime. All right. So we have to go call you, and then we'll figure out how we're going to get it done. All right. So we're playing for credit, $1,000 credit to the person with the most points, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 each, Digicel or Flow. Now, let me just share the template. The questions are in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a place or thing, then it is what is, and then the answer. If it's the name of a person, then it's who is, and then the answer. Let me just get rid of the logo there so you can see better. So tonight's categories are synonyms, Jamaican civics, name the logo, famous Jamaicans, and name the country. So as usual, we are going to start out with someone just throwing out a category and for how many points. And the first one that I see, then that's the one we're going to start with. And whoever answers the question correctly will choose the next question and the next category and for how many points, and so on and so forth until the board is empty. All right, so you can start putting out categories and for how many points. And the first one that I see, that's what we are going to start with. Please. Okay, Janet is saying Jamaican civic for 200. She's the first one that was thrown out, so we're going to start with civics. So civics for 200. The Speaker of the House can best be described as a lobbyist, a referee, preacher, or judge. What best describes the role of the Speaker of the House? Is the Speaker of the House considered a lobbyist, a referee, a preacher, or a judge? Choose the correct answer. Roars and pause. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Just see if I'm missing anything there. Okay, so lots of birthday wishes going out to Janet. Oh, okay, Tammy. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me just reveal the answer. So Speaker of the House is considered to be a referee, so maintain order in the House and stuff like that during their parliamentary debates and stuff. So that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Let me just refresh. Let me just see where it starts. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Janet.
Wow.
For 200 points.
200 points.
Then Sonia, Don Mill, netball.
Aye, the birthday lady strike.
Paul with enough respect, mistake. BC also came in with referee. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, Janet? NC for 300. Okay, name the country for 300. Okay. All right. So what you're going to do, I'm going to give you the flag of a country and you name the country to which the flag belongs. So this flag, which country uses this flag? To which country does that flag belong? And that's for 300 points. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Japan. So that's Japan's flag, and it's for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those points. Chocolate for 300 points. Then Don Mel, Mixin, Paul. Okay, roars and pause. You have to put what is and then the answer. You answer it in the form of a question. If it's a place or thing, and if it's a person, then you do who is.
All right.
Janet also got Japan. Aya, I hope I'm not massacring that. Also came in with Japan but didn't put what is. And welcome, Aya. All right. Yes, Japan. Oh my goodness. Truck Life is saying country for 100.
And score as it is, Janet on 200 points and Truck Life 300 points.
No, netball. It's two different countries. All right. So Truck Life is saying country for 100. Name the country to which that flag belongs. Name the country to which that flag belongs. So if you're going to put the country, remember you have the north side and the south side. So please, you have to differentiate. You have to differentiate. You have the north side and you have the south side. Welcome again, Andrew. Happy Friday. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is South Korea, and that is for 100 points. Let's see who picked up those 100 points. Okay, so it started there. Okay, Tammy. Oh, no, sorry, she didn't differentiate. Sorry. Which side? Okay, Andrew. So what is South Korea?
Andrew?
Yes, Andrew is on the board. So Andrew is on the board. And then Truck Life, Don Mel, Janet, Beverly. Right, and that's how the answers came in. So Andrew, choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, it seems as if Daniel fell asleep. He said he wasn't feeling well. The flu is getting on him. So I hope he feels better soon. He had mentioned that in the chat earlier, but then I got distracted. I don't think I responded to him. So I'm sorry, Daniel. I hope you feel better soon. Okay, Andrew. Okay, famous Jamaicans for 100. That again. Okay, name this name this person. Let me see if I can zoom out a little more. All right, so name this Jamaican personality. Andrew. Name that Jamaican personality.
I know much for that one.
Andrew put Miss Rosie.
How much is that?
100. Oh my goodness. Why you have to put it like that, Vixen? Then catch draft. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is bought a cat. So remember, if it's a person, then you have to put who is. All right, so let's see who picked up those points. Truck Life for 100 points. Then, then mixing Janet, it's a typo. Mixing, okay. Gyro also came in with Bada Cat. Romaine, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Shauna also came in with Bada Cat. But Romaine, you have to put what is, or sorry, if it's the name of a person, it's who is, and then the answer. And if it's a thing or place, then it's what is. And then the answer. So Truck Life is saying country for 200. Beverly says, who is Bada Cat? He's a Jamaican YouTuber, and he talks about life issues and experiences that he has in life in a comedic form. It's like social commentary, how he sees things. All right, so country for 200, it's Truck Life. And that's the name of it. It's Bada Cat is the name of his channel as well. All right, so country for 200. Okay, over here. Name the country to which that flag belongs. Everybody run out. Name the country to which that flag belongs. Everybody run out.
Much for that? Much for that?
200. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Germany. So that's the flag of Germany. So let's see who first picked up those points. Okay, so it started there. Truck Life, 200 points. Truck Life is on a roll. Then Don Mel, Mixin, Janet, Andrew.
200 points of Truck Life, right?
Yeah. Romaine, okay. Lloyd. Oh, yeah, Shanna, your internet may be lagging. You need to refresh. You need to refresh. Your internet may be lagging. That's why you'll see it like that. Okay, Truck Life is saying country for 400. Name the country to which that flag belongs. Name the country to which that flag belongs, and it's a 2-point answer. So it's a double point answer. So that is worth 800 points.
800 points? Who's going to eat this at 800 points, sir?
So 800 points. Hey, name the country to which that flag belongs.
Ricardo gonna sleep. Ricardo gonna sleep.
Or maybe he's, you see, you know, might run in later. Name the country to which this flag belongs. All right, let me see. Let me continue looking. If I see it, if I finally see it. I'm not seeing the answer yet, guys. All right, let me look again. Okay. The color might be a bit off because of it being reproduced on this, but I think I finally see the answer that I am looking for.
800 points.
800 points for the person who answers this one correctly. All right. Okay, I see it. So what is Costa Rica? So that is the flag of Costa Rica. If you look on the internet, the blue is a bit darker on when you look on the, Google, but this is the flag. If you look on the emblem that's inside there, it's the same one. It's just that the blue there is a bit darker. You still have the white streaks, and then the red and the emblem is inside the red part there. All right, so that is 800 points. So let's see who picked up those 800 points. Somebody go run up on the board, right? So no. Andrew, 800 points. Then Sonia. And that's how the answers came in.
All right, so the score as it is, Janet J, JJ, 200 points, and Chuck Life, 600 points, Andrew, 900 points.
Okay, so Andrew choose the next category, and for how many points? Oh my God. Now beat you this time, Andrew. So it's saying, okay, it's finishing country, so for 500 points. Name the country to which that flag belongs. Name the country to which that flag, 500 points. That flag belongs. All of the football people, I'm supposed to get them flags. They're correct. All of the avid football fans. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Argentina, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. You know what? Let's vote somebody else, because you know what, in the country, obviously, we don't know, you know. Okay, so Andrew, hush, but because of what? I can't even make out what you have there. Although further down you said you were typing Argentina, but this looked like some what you call it, Greek or Hebrew writing. So Truck Life for 500 points. Truck Life, 500 points. Yeah. Then Shanna, Andrew said it's Argentina, I was typing, so then it would be Andrew. Then Shanna, Sonia, Janet, Lloyd, Powell, GQ, welcome, happy Friday. And you have to put what is before the answer. If it's a place or thing, if it's the name of a person, you have to put who is and then the answer. I tell you. Oh, we don't mark for spelling unless it's direct, the word we're dealing directly with spelling, Shanna, because sometimes, you know, typo, you might want to type something, and because you're doing it fast, your finger might hit wrong. But as long as we make out that's what you're saying, then it's given. But if we're doing spelling per se, then it has to be spelled correctly. All right. Andrew asking you for the score.
Okay, so the score as it is, JJ on 200 points, Andrew on 900 points, Short Live 1,100 points.
You know, it's Argentina. He was typing, as I said, because of the speed of which he's typing, then I know you want to see exactly the word Argentina typed, but there's no country called Argentina, so we know that it's Argentina he was typing, but because of the speed and typo, so that's how we why is the chat gone from me? Sure, 1 sec, guys. This chat is playing hide and seek with me. Okay, so choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, famous for 200. Okay, name this famous Jamaican. So you can give me his stage name or his what you call it, government name. The name his mama gave him. Either will be fine. So name this famous Jamaican. So either the stage name or his government name will be fine. Whichever one I see first, that's what I'm going to give. All right. So who is Glenn Campbell or Titus? So who is Glenn Campbell or Titus? And that is for 200 points. So let's see who first. It's whoever first answers it correctly. So let's see. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Andrew. But Andrew, you have to try and minimize the amount of because I know it's Titus from looking at it that you type in 200. And then Truck Life, Shanna, she put Glenn Campbell, Jaro. Yeah, I'm giving it to Andrew. That's how we've always played, as long as I know that's what you were trying to say, because I said this is a game of speed, and you know when you're typing, your finger can hit a wrong thing, or sometimes the keyboard, the system actually changes to what it thinks, you know. But as long as I know that's what you're saying, that's how we've always played it. Unless we're doing spelling per se, it has to be correct. Jaro, then no, unless it's spelling, we don't mark for spelling because this is a game of speed. And then Matthew. Okay, I get what you're saying, Shannon. Point taken. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Yeah, autocorrect. That's what I wanted to say. Can mess you up. All right, so it's saying famous for 300. All right, name this Jamaican personality. Let me just bring her out a little more. Okay, so name this person. Okay, so you have to spell her first name correctly. If you're writing it out properly and you're not spelling her name correctly, the first name, because it could be a different person in terms of, so you have to get her first name correct. Let me just make sure my spelling is the right one. Okay. Oh, now it kicked me off. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right, so let me just refresh the chat. This chat is playing hide and seek with me. All right, so it is Curlin Brown. Not Curlin, Curlin Brown. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. All right, let me just go down. All right, so who is Curlin Brown? All right, nope. All right, so curling. Okay, Andrew, and that's it for 300 points. Curlin Brown.
KB?
Curlin Brown?
Mm-hmm. Curlin Brown.
300 points?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, and the next one he'll read out the score. Okay, type this on already. Andrew, on our roll tonight. May I tell you, India, famous for 400. Tonight him on a roll, some night in salt, but tonight it seemed like
Hold on.
Tonight.
Someone named Curlin Brown, or that was the answer.
That was the answer, and it's for Andrew. Okay, name this personality, and it's for 400 points. So name this personality. Buddy who grew up in my era supposed to know who this is. Empress is taking a break, India. She messaged me, and Ricardo, I think I saw him earlier, so he may have fallen asleep. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me just reveal, and it is who is pale face, and it's a double point answer, so that is 800 points, you know, from pale face point of view. So who is pale face? And that is for 800 points. So let's see who picked up those 800 points. Chocolate. Then Dunmel. Then India. Okay, India no pay face as well. Andrew. Right, and that's how the that's how the answers came in.
And so the score as it is, Janet on 200 points, Andrew on 1,400 points, and Short Life 1,900 points. Only 3 persons on the board on me.
Oh, you get 800 points to
Truck Life.
Truck Life.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Truck Life is saying famous for 500. All right. Closing off famous. Name this person. Let me bring him up closer. Name this person. I think everybody can run out on that one. Name this person.
Prime Minister Ambassador.
Name this person. Right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Michael Lee Chin. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, and that is for 500 points. So let's see how many persons on the board. 3. Come on, guys. All right, so Truck Life with Michael Lee Chin, then Donmel, but he didn't put Michael. Shanagay also got Lee Chin, but didn't put Michael. Andrew, Lloyd, Don also, okay, went back and put Lee Chin without Michael. No, it's not Champagne, it's Lee Chin. All right, so choose, so you put the points on 500 points.
Oh.
Truck Life. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points. Oof. Okay, civics for 300. House of Senate consists of this many members. The House of Senate consists of this many members. How many members are in the House of Senate? For Jamaica House of Senate. How many members are in the House of Senate? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 21. So we have 21 members in the House of Senate, and that is for 300 points. Sonia. So first on the board with the correct response is Sonia, then Donmel, Shanagi.
Much points for Sonia?
Tammy. No, not Tammy.
Much points for Sonia?
300. Sorry, 300. All right, so Sonia, choose the next category and for how many points? You said civic for 500. Any realistic vision, and this is a double score answer. So you're going to get 500 points, and then your overall score is going to be doubled. Any realistic vision, sorry, of change must be based on the notion of empowerment of people. This quote was taken from this book written by Michael Manley. Name the book. Any realistic vision of change must be based on the notion of empowerment of people. This quote was taken from this book written by Michael Manley. Name the book. Name the book. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. I think I need to get a copy of this book. And this is for 500 points. So the name of the book is What is the Poverty of Nations? So the book is The Poverty of Nations. And this is for 500 points, and the person who picks up the points score is going to be doubled. Right, so let's see who came in with the correct response. Okay, Andrew, 500 points. Then Andrew for 500 points, then his points are going to be doubled. Man, I wrote tonight, recording a day or so, he man, run gun. All right, so 500 points and then double the points. Okay, it's the poverty of nations. All right, so use the next category and for how many points?
So the score as it is, JJ on 200 points, Sonia 300 points, Short Life 2,400 points, Andrew 3,800 points.
Wow. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Logo for 100. Which company uses this logo? Everybody run out. Which company uses that logo? Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is target, and that is 100 points. So target uses that logo. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life, then Andrew.
Much points?
Donmel, 100. Donmel, Janet, Netball, all right, choose the next category. Okay, it's a logo for 200. Okay, which company uses that logo? Everybody run out. Everybody run out on that one. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Amazon, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. All right, let's refresh. Truck Life, 200, then Tammy, Shauna, Janet, Donmel, Netball, Lloyd. Monica, welcome. Happy Friday. She left off some of the letters there. All right, choose the next. What is no man? Them has to the screen before everybody else, man. No, your internet is lagging, Shanna. I think your internet is lagging. You're going to have to refresh. Come off and then come back into the live again. I think your internet is delaying. Or some people internet speed is a bit faster than others, so they might see the question before, but it's put out at one time for everybody to see. Okay. All right, so Truck Life is saying logo for 300. All right. Which company uses this logo? Very big. All right, so which company uses that logo? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Netflix for 300 points. Netflix. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Andrew, mega start stop it on your finger, because you're spelling them because they're going so fast. All right. Let me see if he, hold on. All right, so Andrew, that one is way net what? Netifilus. Hold on. The receipt, so good. All right. Okay, so Netflix. So Andrew, then Clive, Tammy, Shanna, Janet, Lloyd, Netball.
Much points for Andrew?
How many points is that again? 300. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Choose the next category and for how many points? Civics for 100. The PM advises, or the Prime Minister advises the King on the appointment of the Governor General. True or false? True or false? The Prime Minister advises the King on the appointment of the Governor General. True or false? Okay, guys, we're gonna have to try and reduce the typo with the answers. Gonna have to try and get it right or as close as possible. So you have to try and careful with your fingers, because I know it's Netflix he was typing and he did say it at the bottom. But as you know, as I said, sometimes your finger hit something else. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is true. So the Prime Minister advises the King on the appointment of the Governor General. So that is true, and that is for 100 points. So okay, Shana, so we're gonna have to try and minimize the amount of typos and try to get it correct. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is, oh, Jesus, I'm not doing this to me tonight. So it's typing is all right. So first on the board with the correct response. Okay, so from now on, you have to get it. You have to get it correct, because people seem as if they're getting upset because they're trying to write out the correct thing while you guys are just hurrying through and making mistakes. So you're gonna have to type it correctly from now on. All right. So first on the board with the correct response is Andrew. And I understand what they're saying, because they're trying to make sure they get it correct while you just dash something.
Yeah,
and
Andrew, how much points for Andrew?
And that is for 100 points. Then Sonia, so you have to be careful with your typing from now on and get it correct. Sonia, Don, Ned, Monica, Janet, okay, I saw that you did spell it correctly there. Yeah, yes, Tammy agreed. It takes time to spell it correctly. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, Andrew? No. Other persons are trying to get it correct as well. So it's only fair. So you have to try and get it correct. Because they're taking time to try to make sure the spelling is correct to put it up, but you just put something close to it, and yeah. So you have to try and get it correct. Logo for 400. Okay, name the company that uses that logo. No, Shannon, there's nothing like that. We're all family over here, and we've been doing this for over 2 years. We've been running this game. And some people internet are faster than others. Sometimes the internet lags, and then you have to refresh and stuff like that. And when you realize people are lagging, we advise them to just refresh and come back. Everybody over here have met on this medium, so there's no friend thing going on. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So let's so what is Pizza Hut? And that is for 400 points. So Pizza Hut. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. All right, so first on the board with the correct response, see, it's a I, but I know it's a U we was trying to type. So Truck Life, because it's still very close, it's just off by 1 letter.
Okay.
So Truck Life for, hold on, 400 points. Then Janet, Tammy, Don Mel didn't finish with the T, but I know it's Pizza Hut. Lloyd, okay, Ned, you need to refresh. You need to refresh. Your internet is lagging. Oh, Shanna says she's not new. She's one of those silent supporters who's has stepped out. So she's not new. She's been here a long time. And we've had persons who been here a long time too and saying that they're commenting for the first time, or I've been having that recently. There's a lot of persons who are supporting us that we have not really met in the chat.
All right,
so we know they're there, and that's why I always greet the silent supporters as well as those in television land and those in the chat, because I know we have a wide variety of supporters, some of whom we haven't met, but they've been with us a long time.
And so the score as it is: JJ on 200 points, Sonia 300 points, Truck Life 3,100 points, and Andrew 4,200 points.
Chulani, welcome. Happy Friday. All right, so Truck Life is saying logo for 500. All right, which company uses that logo? Which company uses that logo? Everybody run out. It is welcome, but you have to put what is and before the answer. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Nintendo. That is the logo for the Nintendo game. and that is for 500 points. So Nintendo, let's see who picked up those 500 points. So Tammy for 500 points. So Tammy is on the board. Then Truck Life, Speed is what's input. What is okay, and correct it and put what is. May tell you, Bright Spark Tammy. You're welcome, Trelawney. Hoshana. Hosh. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, so Tammy choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, synonyms for, but I even realize that people that avoid synonym like the plague. Just realize that nobody that touch synonym at all. All right. So demise. Give me a similar word for demise. Another word for demise. There must be a word similar to the word demise. Similar in meaning, it's not opposite, it's similar in meaning. So demise. You know, somebody said you've met your demise. Just one word that I'm looking for. All right, I see the word that I am looking for, and it is what is death. So demise, the synonym for demise is death. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Spade is 100 points. What is that? Yeah.
Please spell it.
SPAYDC.
Yes.
PAYDC. All right. Choose
much points? Much?
100. So choose. Oops. So choose the next category and for how many points Spade is. Famous Jamaican for 400 says complete in that category. Oops, sorry. Shucks, it said famous Jamaican. Did I have any? Okay, I've exposed this already, so I have to go with it. I'm sorry. This branch of the government has the power to decide who has broken the law and to set penalties. This branch of the government has the power to decide who has broken the law and to set penalties. Thought famous Jamaican was finished, that's why it was just civics. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is what is judicial or the judiciary, same thing. So judicial or the judiciary. Whichever way you put it, it's the same thing. So let me just see, and that is 400 points. We picked up those points. Done, 400 points. Then Shanna, just missed that one. Then Shanna.
Daniel for 400 points, right?
Then Tammy, Janet, Truck Live. Okay, and that's how the answers came in. So Dunmel, okay. It's chosen 200 for synonyms. Frigid. What's another word for frigid? Everybody run out. What's another word for frigid? What's another word for frigid? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is cold. If it's frigid, it's cold. All right, so let's see who first came in. Sorry, let me just that. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life.
Which points?
200. Then Janet, Monica, Tammy, Spades. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Truck lights. Well, choose the points because it's one category that's left. Vertigo. What is another word for vertigo? What is another word for vertigo? What is another word for vertigo? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is dizziness. So if you have dizzy, it's the same thing, or dizziness. So whichever I see first, that's the one I'm gonna take, either dizzy or dizziness. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Tammy, 300 points. Then Janet, Shauna, dizziness, Spades, Sonia. All right, and that's all the answers came in. All right. All right, so Tammy is saying 400. Insurrection. What is another word for insurrection? Insurrection. Netball. What is another name for insurrection? And this time I'm only looking for one word. One particular word I'm looking for it. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Okay, let me just reveal it, and it is rebellion. So insurrection or rebellion. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. I just refreshed, and it is Janet for, what was it, 400 points.
Oh, Janet?
So Janet for 400 points. Then Spades, forgot the R was chopped off and corrected it. Okay, and that's all the answers came in. All right, and the last one, let me just reveal that. Clemency. What's another word for clemency?
And that's 500 points, right?
Yeah, this one, no. It's gonna be 500 points. What's another word for clemency? Okay, all of those words could work, but I'm just looking for one particular word. And I see the answer that I am looking for, and it's leniency or lenient. Leniency or lenient, and only one person had put that in so far. The other words could work as well: mercy, excuse, pardon, forgiven, mercy, but it's leniency that I was looking for. And Shana picked that up for 500 points.
Who that?
Shana Gay.
Shana Gay?
She's not on the board. She's just making the board now for 500 points.
Well, guess what?
Shana Gay knock off somebody?
Yeah.
Shana Gay, you just throw a monkey wrench on the board, you knock somebody right off. You give them a knockout.
Shana Gay?
Yep.
That's a wicked blow.
I tell you, she just throw a big wrench up there and knock out somebody. All right, and so that's the end of Jeopardy. The board is empty. I was just say game is empty. The board is empty. Then I say, no flick my text.
But the one that wicked, the last one. And Shana used and the two before Shana used like the four before.
Did Sonia make the board?
Huh?
Did Sonia make the board?
Well, that who Shana gave it up, Sonia.
Sonia, unfortunately, Shana gave through one big old monkey wrench up there and knock you out. So congratulations to all those who made the board. Congratulations to the winners.
All right. So the fifth person who made the board, of course, Shana Gay, right, with 500 points. In fourth place, JJ Janet with 600 points. Happy for birthday girl. And Tammy, 800 points in third place. Struck Life, second place, 3,300 points. And Andrew winning the board tonight with 4,200 points.
Okay, so congratulations to all the winners and congratulations to Andrew. So you say, Andrew, the race is not for the swift, but those who can endure to the end, because I know a little bit of time you take licks. You know, make the board none at all. I used to get frustrated, and I tell you, just keep at it, because everybody here used to be like the underdog. The Truck Life used to be six boss like crazy. Saves, and I finally made number one. I told you it would happen one day. Yes. All right. So thank you, guys. Yes, Donmel, we are ready for general election. So exam number one finished. So we have exam number two coming. So start the ball rolling. The ball hasn't stopped rolling. The work has just begun. Thomas said the big dogs aren't here tonight. I think Ricardo was here earlier, but I think he must have fallen out or fallen asleep. You guys need to go tally the ballots at the OJ. They won't even let us close to the street that the building is on. They want to make sure they block off the street so we can't reach down there. All right, so Shana. So I am going to put up the WhatsApp number again, and you can WhatsApp me your phone number that you want the credit sent to, and you must state whether it's digital or flow, as well as you can message me on WhatsApp and tell me the number that you want it sent to. Message me on, IG, Lord Jesus. Brains are tired.
Natural Time said to send his within to Truck Life.
The Truck Life? Okay. 287. Just make sure the number is correct. So this is the WhatsApp number. So we come on Fridays at 5:30 p.m. our Canadian time, and then it's 7:30 p.m. Jamaican time. So we send out a notification. If you've subscribed and you hit the notification bell, then you will get a notification when we're coming on, because I normally send out the notification on a Thursday. So we come on at 7:30 Jamaican time each Friday. Right, so that's the let me just bring it up on the screen. So that's the WhatsApp number there. Or IG is okay, so that's the IG. It's an underscore mystic 2, or the WhatsApp number there. You can message me. Again, as I said, the number you want the phone credit sent to, as well as is he eating? Hold on. Oh, this, yes, Shanna, you want $500 credit. You want $500 credit. So you're gonna send me the number. If you're not in Jamaica, you can donate it to a family member or donate it to someone in the chat, or what you want to do with it. But you want $500 credits. So you send me the number that you want the credit sent to, and make sure you say whether it's Digicel or Flow. So you can send it to me. I just put my IG in the chat, as well as the number. The WhatsApp number is on the screen, and I will send you your credit. Is Shanna still there? Oh, I will donate it to a family member. Thank God. My work hard and no, see, I'm sweating at the chat. All right, so send me the number and the name of the service provider, and I'll send it to your family member. All right, so the WhatsApp number is on the screen, so you can take that down, as well as I put my IG information in the chat. All right, so guys, thank you so much for another wonderful week. Thank you so much for your continued support and endorsement. Really appreciate it. And I want to say thank you to each and everyone who went out on Monday and exercised their constitutional right by voting.
Exactly.
Thank you. And this is just the first leg of the race. There's a lot more work to be done, right? And we'll continue being your brother's keeper and looking out for each other, because we are just one big family. We are one nation. We are all brothers and sisters. So we have to care one for another. We have to look out for each other. And let's do this for our generation to come build a better Jamaica, and leave a good legacy for the future generation, right? And Monica said, this is interesting. I had fun. Thank you so much, Monica. Really happy you have fun. So this is what we do on a Friday. We have the discussion, and after the intense, discussion, then we sort of unwind with Jeopardy, where it's still a learning process. And it's like revision from when we went to school. So it's like exercising the brain, because if you don't exercise the brain, then you'll start losing some of the cells, because the brain is like a muscle. You have to keep using it. All right. Well, Andrew, it's a victory all around because they've taken some of JLP's territory. They've taken the KSAMC, which is the Crystal Palace, you know, and they went in with 5 municipalities. They have 7, so it's a win-win all around. And plus, they got the popular votes. So
Andrew, they got the main prize. You know, Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal, that is, you know, primary prize that PNP had gotten. So, you know, it's a well-won victory.
Okay. All right. So, yes, Don Melly saying, remember Reason with Rattigan tomorrow. That starts at 3 o'clock Jamaican time. So, you guys run over to Reason with Rattigan and see what is going on. But there, because they have a lot of action planned, so can keep abreast with that. Okay, thank you so much, Monica. Really appreciate the support and thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate it because as I keep saying every Friday, I know that you guys could have been doing something else because there's so many things going on a Friday night. There's so many channels out there and you choose to be with us and we do not take it for granted. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I am going to, oh my goodness, it's after midnight in Jamaica. It's 10:26 here. So guys, I am going to end the live right here. Thank you. If them don't find the 41st division.
Exactly, Sonny. It's crazy, right?
Okay, so thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Appreciate each and every one. So until next week, safe travel on the gravel. Love you all. Bye.
All right.